You're right, this does look gorgeous. In fact, I'm tempted to leave this up for the entire time because it does look so gorgeous. So instead of doing what I normally do with the cover and taking it down, it's going to stay up there. Just looking gorgeous up in the corner because it's Bruships. And it just looks good. It really does. I cannot thank the I cannot thank the very nice person who did this enough. And I'm just going to make sure I get their Twitter handle right because they sent it to me on Twitter, and I you know, I'm going to share that. So, Bree Jeffrey, thank you. I cannot thank you enough for these lovely designs you sent me. The Bruships one especially is just, look at it! It's a tribal class destroyer. It's in the bubbles of brew. It's just cool. Come on, it's cool. Yes, I am slightly hyperactive. Yes, I have been having a rather interesting day. I'm sorry for the late start, but I've been cleaning out the fridge. Some of you might have known from chatting with me on Discord, both my mum and sister came down with food poisoning this week after my sister cooked their dinner. And, okay, I thought right then I was told it was some off bacon, which my sister had cooked. But, okay, fine. Anyway, I was checking, making sure they got better and got them okay. And then today I just thought, you know what, Alex? Before you get on with the rest of your day and all the things you've got planned for today, check the fridge, because you don't eat out of the fridge that often because you sometimes run your own little fridge when you do have stuff. And thank you, I have that in my office, and therefore I store my food and my things out here. And I know that fridge is clean because I clean it. Anyway, I went into the fridge. And let's put it this way. I've then spent the last 3 hours making sure the fridge is pristine. Well, when I say 3 hours, I spent about... I cooked the lunch today because they were still both not well. And spent about 3 hours of my day also cleaning the fridge out completely, another 3 hours cleaning the freezer out completely, making sure all the out-of-date food had gone, and all that thing. So I do apologize for the late start and all these things. I have been sorting out family stuff. And dealing with the thing is, my poor sister's been deluged with Christmas stuff and marking, and hasn't been checking the fridge like she normally does. And my mum's arthritis has been playing up something chronically recently as well. So she hasn't been checking the fridge. And I think they've both missed the fact that they've been... How do I put this? Some of the food was a little bit out of date. A little bit. So, really, I should have picked up the slack, but I hadn't because I have my own fridge. Oh, I don't know. It's we have, before anyone thinks we're being excessive because we have 2 fridges between 3 people. My mum and sister both have a whole list of allergies. My sister's gluten, dairy, and all sorts of things free. So she has all sorts of food which has to be stored in the fridge. My mum's got a whole list of... she's got allergy-induced asthma, so she has a whole lot of stuff. And then there's me, who has things like pepperami and those sort of very unhealthy things, but I like to do them in my cooking. And so to keep my stuff away from theirs, because if my stuff touches theirs, they could really get ill, I run another fridge. And it also helps with iron brew when it's got space for the iron brew, because sometimes it has food in. Well, fun times. And all way too much information, I do apologise. Anyway, hello Frank Sparrow, hello Dope Squad, hello Peter Dawson, hello DG40, hello M35 Benvids, hello Safford Thompson, hello the narrator, hello Frank Sparrow, again. Anyone asks what... Frank Sparrow, it seems every time anyone asks what if in relation to another navy trying to challenge the Iron, you always have an answer that leads to, well, the Iron will just build bigger than the Challenger. If your question is something before 1955, that is the honest answer to the question, because the British have the infrastructure and they can do it and they will afford it. It's one of those things. Again, one of the issues you get into when you talk about Britain is not in a great financial state post World War II. I never claim it is, and it's not in a great financial state post World War One. But it can free up the funds for more construction if it needs to, in order to build back capital ships if it needs to, if that's what it needs to, if it decides it needs to maintain its position. Post World War II, we do a V3 bomber force, we do a nuclear bomber program, all sorts of things. That's the budget which would have been used for new aircraft carriers and new battleships if it had needed to be. But it was put into other things. So you have to remember, Britain isn't a massive, I'll never say Britain's the largest economy, but Britain's always a fairly decent size of economy. And yes, sometimes it's better run than others, but usually they can afford to do what they want. And again, this is the point which goes back to the whole Anglo-American naval race. One of the things that worried the Americans was that Congress really didn't want to pay for it. And there was a large group of people in America who were supporting the treaty, because they felt that if they had the treaty, then they would have the position and Congress wouldn't have to pay for it, and so they wouldn't come into the trouble where the reality where they thought was coming was that they thought that Congress would decide, we don't need to beat the British aren't going to go to war with us, there's no point funding it, cut, and then the US Navy gets cut down to the bone because it's the Royal Navy doing the maritime security for the world. And the whole point about the treaty system is, in a way, you can say the British understand the Americans are never going to build up to the treaty, but the Americans also are able to hold up to their Congress and go, well, look, we're one of the senior maritime powers. Well, there are only two of us. We have to hold our end bargain up. So they can get as much construction as they can out of that. The same with the Royal Navy and the Treasury. Hello, Gustavo. Oh, yeah. Frank's Wonder. Was there really no way you could reasonably see anyone being able to effectively surpass the British, aside from the fact that no one actually did so? Well, the US Navy could, in theory, if the American Congress was prepared to put the money. And the thing is, the only scenario the American Congress was going to put in the money which is going to surpass the Royal Navy is, frankly, World War II. I.e., if there is a major conflict and they need a larger navy, the US Congress will pay for it. But barring there being such a conflict, they're not going to pay for it because the US is a giant continent, whereas the British are a maritime empire. So the British have to pay for it. Whereas the US Congress feels they can choose whether or not to pay for it. That is the scenario. But pretty much infrastructure-wise, the only power which has the sufficient industry and sufficient capability to challenge and surpass the British would be the Americans if they opened the taps and were prepared to fund it. But other than that, there's no one. That's the scenario we're talking about in this time period. Infrastructure-wise, financing-wise, there is no one else. Those are your two powers who have the ability to build the maritime infrastructure necessary to sustain that size of fleet. And you always have to remember that if the Americans really open the taps, then the British are probably going to get the colonies to open the taps as well. And so it would be a race between the British Empire and Commonwealth and Dominions and whatever you want to call them and America. And that could be interesting. But again, it's not going to... Unless you have a war-fighting scenario, I don't see the US Congress deciding they're going to do it. Because they don't want to spend that money. They don't. America is a country founded on a principle of low taxes. There are some very interesting people in the UK who try and believe that the UK is founded on the principle of low taxes. It isn't. The British government is not. The British government is founded on the principle of you will pay the taxes you need to sustain the country. And they've invented most of these taxes. Income tax, all sorts of things, have been invented by the British government to pay for wars and pay for crises, and they don't tend to get rid of them when they're over. So, you know, every time someone sits there and goes, you know what, Britain was founded as a low tax economy, I go, what? have you been smoking recently, and is it good? Admittedly, I don't smoke that stuff, but I've got some other friends who might be interested. Which does make me sound a bit like a dealer, but no, it's just sarcasm. Oh. Okay. In video I've been with, Gundam Fog has visited Texas today. It could be worse. It could be Dartmoor Fog. That would be seriously tough for you. All right. Oh, good lord. Okay, so let's carry on down the questions. Hello, hello George Newman. Hello Rapid Razorback. Hello AV Enterprise. Hello Cody85. Yes, I have arrived. I like the submarine view of a tribal. George, hello Doctor. For some reason, the live in 30 minutes alert didn't show up. That's probably because I actually set this up at about 5 minutes past 6, and then it actually went live at quarter past, because I use that time to activate the January patron vote and get that up. And I'm going to talk through the options and why I didn't go for some of the options in a second as well as part of tonight's live. Hello Kilo 19. Hello Paul from Chicago. Hello Sean Mack. Ooh. Frank Smart, food poisoning is in your fridge. I don't think it was food poisoning was in the fridge. There was definitely, I'm fairly certain, black mold in certain parts of it, but we'll leave that to one side. It was mainly quite some of the food was pretty darn out of date. An old Garfield mini cartoon comes into mind. John cleaning the fridge. We need gloves. Sponge. Garfield. Face shield flamethrower. Yeah. How did you see Fusion? Ooh. A proper grandma's ragu bolognese. Ooh, lovely. Very good. Did you see Covert Shaw's new infograph on the Kaiser Subchaser? I haven't yet. So, was your fridge hosting a Stone Age civilization? I hope not, otherwise I've just wiped it out. Hello, Tenant Vodka. Yeah, they're fine now. They're getting better now. But I am threatening to start doing this regularly, and it's causing them. It's causing my sister upset, because my sister with gluten-free food. Gluten-free food is very, very expensive. It's incredibly expensive, especially the stuff which actually tastes nice. And this is why she doesn't like to throw it away. And she goes, no, it'll be fine. It doesn't have gluten in it. It'll last there longer. No, it doesn't. It does not. It does not under any circumstances. Just, yeah. But, I understand where it comes from, because she's always scared she's going to run out. As during COVID, she almost did run out at the height of the supply crisis we had in the middle of it. That was an interesting time. I remember having to get in my car and drive around about a dozen supermarkets to try and get other food. Good evening, Sean. Glad you're seeing lots of Blackburns. Frank Sparta, Dr. C. How powerful is the governor in military-related matters? They seem to have important roles that I do not understand how they work. Depends who and where their governors are. If they're governors of America, they have quite important stuff to do with the National Guard. If they're British colonial governors, they have the ability to call in the military and declare martial law. But the moment they do, the military kind of gets to take over, unless they are people like the head of India, because the person who runs India, whatever their rank is at the time, it doesn't matter. They are going to be a very senior political figure, and you can try and ignore them, but you're likely to lose your job, and they'll appoint someone who will listen to them. Land Productions, you mentioned what might have happened with fleet air and procurement for the fleet fighter had Glorious and Courageous survived. Assume industry can meet the task instead of going for the Hellcat, Buffalo, Wildcat. The trouble was, okay, I will do this so you can see it. Up there, I have all my iron brews, you can see, which are stored for the display which is going up on the wall. And you can also see in there my little Hellcat. And the trouble was, I had that in front of me at the time when I was making the video. So I said Hellcat instead of Wildcat. Life happens. Anyway, what would the RN fighter be? A navalized Hurricane, Spitfire, or something unique? I'm very mentioned a Spitfire-like fighter that was investigated in envisaged late 1930s. There was a Gullwing Seafire, which was a Gullwing aircraft called Seafire, which was being developed by Supermarine. The odds are, with the Battle of Britain, if industry can meet their needs, that's what the Royal Navy's first choice would have been, because that was going to be glorious. Basically, imagine a Gullwing Seafire, a Gullwing sort of Spitfire, shaped Spitfire wings, in a Gullwing sort of formation, strengthened so it could do deck landings and all those things, so it wouldn't have the problems that the Seafire did, and would have, because of the Gullwing shape, they would have actually been able to see as they were landing, and high speed. The thing looked on paper, and the little details I found about it is it would have been scary, and it was. Well, the interesting thing is, the Royal Navy were again looking for heavier guns because they don't carry 303 ammunition on their aircraft, on their ships. They carry 0.5. So the Royal Navy was going, well, we either need something which can take this larger Vickers machine gun round or a 20mm cannon round, because those are the two rounds we have logistics for. So it would possibly have been fitted with some version of a 20mm cannon, which would have been really kind of interesting. As I don't think Oricon and Hispano take the same round, but maybe you could have modified it. I don't. That's all is, how do I put it, stuff which didn't happen. So it's a case of, normally I would sit down and go, well, engineering is different, da-da-da-da-da. But there's also the fact that if you've got the funding and you're in the middle of a world war, you can tend to find an issue, a way of solving these problems. So, who knows? Spencer Jones, what if Goban is given to Greece the day it is captured? Greece has a very nice ship for World War II. I'm aware of the Seafire. The late era ones used in Korea are my favourite. There was a mention in previous video of a specially built Iron fighter that was being proposed. That's what I'm keen to hear about. It basically, imagine a Spitfire with gull wings and a strengthened airframe, and that's what you have, broadly speaking. It also had a bigger canopy, and it was sort of modified. You have to remember, one of the interesting things about history is Supermarine basically produced aircraft for the Fleet Air Arm. Blackburn, Fairey, and Supermarine are, and occasionally Hawker, consistently produce aircraft for the Fleet Air Arm. And that tells you, A, the level of turnover in naval aircraft you have going on, but also the size of the Fleet Air Arm, relatively, that it keeps about roughly, it provides the materials which keep 4 companies to an extent in business. Hawker, their fighters, the ones in service were the Ospreys, and the various other things, which were also the ones which the Swedish used and selected. And they actually turned around and asked, this is one of the cool things about when I was doing the research for the quirky ships. The Swedes asked the Hawker if they were going to produce a float plane or seaplane version of the Hurricane. And I'm fairly sure if there hadn't been a war on, the Hawker's response would have been, how much are you willing to pay for it? Thanks, on Dr. C. Your chicken. Your friend was smoking chicken. Mm-hmm. Race car meerkat, fairy fulmar. That would have probably been part of the mix as well. But the thing is, the fairy fulmar is a stopgap. And it doesn't get much funding. And that's half the issues with it, is it doesn't get the funding and the upgrades which are going into other aircraft. So it comes in and it stays constant. Whereas, again, if you have more aircraft, you have more funding for it. But also, you're going to have a more active approach. And that's the point. If the Royal Navy is able to achieve multi-carrier operations at the beginning of the war because they sustain glorious and courageous and keep them for longer, then the impact on the opponents is going to be cumulative. As I said, imagine the Mediterranean, but with the Italians limited down to one battleship rather than two, and not for 6 months, but for 2-3 years. Maybe they don't get them back before they leave the war. The impact it would have on Italian convoys, on convoy battles. Because the Royal Navy, to make sure a convoy could get through, would just stick an R-class battleship with it. And if it gets sunk, then we're upset because of air attack. But we can stick massive bulges on them because we're not going to worry about it having to go that massively fast. It's an R-class battleship. It can't go that fast in the first place. And those bulges will probably deal with most torpedo hits. And it can just keep going on, backwards and forwards. And there isn't much else that's going to sink it until the big bombs come through. And even then, okay, we have escorts. We have a carrier escort to provide air defense. But you also have the reality that if you don't have the supply convoys being escorted backwards and forwards by Italian battleships and Italian heavy cruisers, then Royal Navy destroyers, Royal Navy cruisers, and Royal Navy submarines are going to get far more kills than the Italian convoys. If the Italian supply situation in North Africa is that much worse, the odds are the North Africa campaign might actually not involve the Afrika Korps actually getting out there. In which case, they're part of the push on Stalingrad, which is kind of interesting, because Rommel there could actually be kind of cool for the Germans. He's not that great. As said, Rommel is one of those people for whom logistics happens to other people. But, and I say this is a big, glorious Glutamus Maximus, he is quite good at getting there wherever he wants to go quickly, and probably slightly better than some of the other gentlemen who Hitler ends up having to use. Hello, Michelotes. Jermac, on topic of taxes and financing, making good use of credit and debt options was a much important British defence in the 17th and 18th century as RN. True. And the British government are usually pretty good at it, and the 19th centuries and the 20th century. Running debt is always good. Colin Cameron, given the reality of Congress, if the UK had played a longer game and had a private chat with senators, could we have seen a treaty where the US was on a lower treaty level? Oh, yeah. Honestly, there's a reality that if the British had held off treaty negotiations till 1924, 1925, the US Navy might well have collapsed its construction programs because congressional funding would have dried up, and the treaty negotiations could have seen go Britain, America, Japan. Could have done, because it depends who's in power. If you have a Roosevelt in power, or even a few of their proteges in power in the White House, and in the Senate, you are going to have a pro-Navy group. So they're going to ask for a bigger US Navy. But the trouble is, the people who come to power in the late 1920s for the US Navy are absolute. They are. They don't want to fund the US Navy at all. And frankly, that's a problem for the US Navy. That's one of the reasons why we see the US Navy have the issues it does have in the 1930s. Because of the late 1920s. Hello, Red Tail Fox. Let's see. Enjoying your book. Could you go over Bismarck part? You talk about attack and what you believed happened and what damage being caused. But could you give more detail or where you get the info from? I will do in a bit. I was actually considering doing a video on that, but yeah, I will do in a bit. I'm going to answer the questions and try and catch up with people. Race count meerkat. No, it's very formal. Was its menace important in fighter direction development? To an extent. You see, you have to remember, the thing about the Fulmar was you developed a system where if you were launching from your flight deck as an alert fighter and trying to take up to gain height, you weren't going to actually be in the air high enough to intercept any attack. Because the Fulmar was a zoom and boom fighter. As best, it would come in from altitude and blast away, shooting at you. So the Fulmar actually is part of the process of developing a CAP, a combat air patrol, because Fulmars you can keep airborne for quite a while. And it's, again, part of the British philosophy already was to maintain a CAP. So it basically, the Fulmar works best when you are maintaining a CAP and alert fighters to replace the CAP. So what you have is a sort of two-stage system. You have your CAP up, they go and intercept. And the alert fighters go up, and their job isn't to go and intercept the attackers. Their job is to replace the CAP on station. And then you have more fighters brought up to replace the alert fighters on deck. And then the intercepting fighters come back, refuel, rearm, and it all happens over again. You keep it going. But that is a process, but that's also a workable process. If you'd had, I don't know, if World War II had held off for another couple of years and the Royal Navy had the single-seat fighter they'd wanted in service, you might well have seen the alert fighters be... Might well have seen a system where a Fulmar-style aircraft was as a CAP, as sort of airborne early warning reconnaissance fighter, and you'd have had the alert fighters, and then you'd have had the system where you'd have both the Fulmars coming in and the alert fighters coming in, and then you'd have had a second stage alert, we'll call them the +5s, who would be going up to the Fulmars to replace the CAP, and the +10s who would be replacing the alert fighters. It's that sort of scenario you develop, but it would depend on what's going on. Hello, Peter Hundo. So, Dr. Clarke enters angry brother mode. Yeah, there might have also been a delivery from a superstore today. It might have been a case of, you're worried about your food. That's fine. Tell me what you need. It's arrived. It's gone in. You are getting... I don't care. It's put on my credit card. I will have to pay it off at the end of the month, but I can deal with it now. Cody85. What do you think well, thank you for the super chat. What do you think the most interesting stretch of water to fight over? Personally, I think a proper naval war in the Great Lakes would be interesting. A proper naval war in the Great Lakes would be very, very interesting, especially as you would be able to observe it from a lot of angles. My personal favourite for a stretch of water where you're going to have the sea being an active combatant is the South Atlantic. The sea in the South Atlantic is always and always shall be an active combatant in any battle you're taking place there. So it really does show your skill, especially in the Age of Sail battles, which take some down there. Some of the frigate on frigate battles are just... It's just insane, some of the stuff they get up to. But yeah, the Great Lakes would be pretty darn cool. But yeah, mine's going to be the South Atlantic, because that's just a space. Ian Winner, have it all of that same issues. Has their own fridge now. Yeah. It's pretty much what you have to do, and you have to be very careful about it and look after them. Frank Spider, Dr. C, what is the RA risk factor for strategy planners? If there are two navies and they all decide to build a fleet of 12 battleships, one side builds a single vessel with 18-inch guns. Well, then, if one side's got a single ship with 18-inch guns, that isn't so much a massive risk factor on the actual operational scale, because whilst they do have one big ship, the odds are the 18-inch guns is not going to fire as fast as 12-inch guns. So if you have the rest of them with 12-inch guns, then you're fairly much a match of matchness. And especially as it only matters if the 18-inch gunship is there. And let's be honest, you've got a 2 in 3 chance of the 18-inch ship not being there, because if you both have a fleet of 12-inch battleships and the only one ship on one side has 18-inch guns, if they pick the day of the battle, it's going to be there. If you pick the day of the battle, you've got a 40% chance it's not there. Also, is it the same speed as your ships? Is it able to do the same width? There are lots of factors you can bring in to have an impact on it. But politically, it's going to annoy the out of your leadership, and you're probably going to end up having to spend a lot of money developing your own 18-inch battleship. And then they'll build a second one, and you'll have to build 2. And then you'll quickly end up with fleets of 18-inch battleships, because you won't have the money given by the politicians to keep the fleet of 12-inch battleships and the 18-inch battleships going at the same time. Andrew Rapol, hello, good evening to Clarke, and got late today, but happy to be here. Thank you. I'm always looking forward to discussions. Madam Reference, just looked up the submarine type for 333. Interesting thing, thank you. Yeah, I would love that to be taken up by a computer game and actually developed, because, and I have had this conversation with a fair number of people, because I think that it could be a really interesting thing to throw into sort of some of the scenarios in World War II. I can imagine it would have not been nice for things like Ju-87s, etc., in the Mediterranean. And we might then be discussing a completely different scenario for the Mediterranean conflict. Especially if you do have... It's one of those factors. If you have multi-carrier engagement and the carriers take out the battleships, then what's your main job for your carriers if they aren't going to be doing strikes on battleships? Because you don't use torpedo bombers to strike destroyers. You probably turn around to your illustrious size carrier and go, well, we can fit 36 swordfish on you, or we can fit 48 fighters. So you're going to end up with 24 Fulmars and 24 of those Seafars. In which case, yes, your illustrious is a fighter carrier, but the Fulmars, especially under that scenario, can carry a decent enough bomb load that they could be a threat to a cruiser. Especially if you put some money to actually improving that. And suddenly you have a very different air defense scenario. Because you suddenly have a full air group, which is all air defense, on an armored carrier, escorting convoys. And again, if you have Courageous and Glorious, well, that could deal the Atlantic job. So instead of you could end up with a pair of armored carriers sitting down in the Mediterranean. In which case, a pair of armored carriers are loaded with 24 Fulmars and 24 of those Seafars each. That becomes a very big problem for any of the air attacks. Because if they've got 24 of each, they can easily maintain between them, they can probably maintain a 12 Fulmar cap and a 12 Seafar alert at 24 hours a day. But they don't need to do it 24 hours a day, because remember, the Germans and Italians don't fight at night. That's one of the other things. The British train at night and fly, do their strikes at night. The Italians and the Germans rarely, if ever, turn up at night. So usually the British just have some deck alert at night, if anything. Well, that's easy enough to maintain. And suddenly you've got all night to do maintenance and all day to concentrate on just keeping the aircraft airborne. And again, if you have more aircraft to begin with in terms of fighter armaments, you're probably going to lose less aircraft. And you're going to be able to keep a higher number of aircraft maintained. It's just... And the odds are the Fulmar and the Seafire will be running the same engines, which again, if you've got a whole air group running the same engine, then that makes your maintenance job a lot easier, because you have one pool of engine spares. So you have all the space you have for stores, which normally you'd have you'd have at least 2, maybe 3 types of engine stores in there, and you only have to put the stores in for one engine. Well, that makes life a lot easier. Yes, you've got 2 types of aircraft, but one you could be packing. You could easily, therefore, take whole spare engines with you. And yes, we're talking about a logistical nightmare to try and extra to supply it. But one of the criteria suggested earlier was that Britain had the had the industry to carry on the Battle of Britain and do and supply the homegrown fighter. Hello, Vice Admiral Wilson. Hello, Desert Foxo. Bird Squad. Has there been a politer and more friendly territory than over Hans Island between Canada and Denmark by agreement? Not one which involves quite so much liquid alcohol. Oh, good lord. I'm only about 20 minutes behind everyone. Andrew Paul. Person heading India from colonial was the Viceroy of India. Yes, but sometimes the Viceroy was Viceroy in name only, which is why I said whatever title the person heading India was particularly occupying. Occasionally, the Viceroys were either not there or were indisposed. So occasionally, there was the Secretary for India. And occasionally, they ran pretty much everything it. I haven't read Michael Simpson's book yet. Frank Swan, Dr. C, what is the benefit the British society gets by always being so polite, even when things are going so wrong? We get to pull sarcasm that no one else understands. Paul from Show. In the 1930s, there was a push in the UK to move the iron back to coal. Superficially makes sense, easier logistics and initially cheaper. This, of course, is a terrible idea. Was it seriously considered? Only by politicians. Old Richard. Not to sound facetious, but to what extent are the members of the UK Defence Review Committees actual experts on defence? Or are they just political types? They're usually Defence Review Committees. Okay. Usually you have the committee is actually made up of MPs who may or may not have service experience. It doesn't really matter. But they will have, especially in the select committee, a pool of advisors who will be, some of them have been academics, some of them have been service personnel, some of them are active service personnel, and they will provide them with the technical knowledge and information. Plus, they will go and interview and other people, service personnel and other people. If we consider the most recent one, there was a submission actually in there, courtesy of Simsec, via Simsec, from me and Drakenfell, I think. Yes. And a few others. We didn't actually ever hear anything back from them, but we sent it in. And that's the other factor that can be affected. Karen, the free from section is always the most neglected part of any supermarket. You can say that again. And also, some of the stuff they add in to replace gluten is just yuck. Frank Snyder, let's see. What percentage of GDP was UK willing to spend on its empire overseas? Depends on the time and the moment, but they can go quite up. 900 productions. Don't worry about the Hellcat Wildcat mix-up. Both you and I know which one you're talking about. Thank you. Anik. Oh, thank you. Don't worry, they're better now. That's good. Given that ships were refitted with new engines or got oil-fired boilers and the KGs were oil-fired, I doubt it. No, there was some politicians who were keen on the idea. There weren't many naval officers. Mainly because the Navy turned around to them and said, so are you going to give us enough crew to coal ships again? And the politicians went, what? Yeah, coaling ships requires a whole lot more crew. Well, you know, we don't want to... Are you sure? No. Oil-fired it is. Andrew report. The Viceroy, alternatively Governor General, was the overall administrator of India when we were part of the Empire. They're appointed by the Crown. Usually. Jason, I think that the biggest miss was the RN not pushing a navalized version of the Gloucester F534 in 1946. Get some heavy guns and folding wings on it, and you solved the Iron Fighter issue until 1945. To an extent. I have to get my book out to remember its stats, but if I remember correctly, it was the problem for the RN with it was that the navalized version would basically be rebuild the whole thing because of the actual wings, the actual structure of the airframe. But I'm not sure. I'd have to get my book out to check that. There's a Fox. So if the Western One and the Western One had been successful aircraft for the fleet arm and gotten the correct engines, what effect would have been aircraft being if what effect would having aircraft better built for British doctrine have? If you have aircraft which are better for your doctrine, then your doctrine tends to be more popular and tends to get adopted more and get more support. Remember, not that I would want to be in be in the open during a gunfight, but what are precautions taken to protect sailors from shrapnel raining down from AA guns if you weren't in the turret? Not really. They tended to have things like flak jackets. Well, the sort of vests they put over and helmets. They got lovely little sort of Tommy helmets. They were nice. Anat Rajapal. They were overall supervisors, but did have military advisors. They tended to leave normal matters aside. The more significant military decisions were generally of a lot of interest to them. Yes. Mitchell, Wildcats were kept in production for the Escort and other small carriers. They made a simple version for the Escort carriers called the FM2. Yep, they were cool. Geoguy 001. If not pocket battleships, what would the Germans have been better off building during the era that they were still under versatile restrictions? Okay, if I'm not going to cheat on the 10,000 tons, then I said I could on the 10,000 tons I could use the same bones of the vessel they design and probably make a decent ship. I would boost up the diesel power and the diesel engine a bit, but again I could do that just by building a more efficient design. If I'm only going to have two freaking turrets, I might as well mount them both forward and have the magazine forward. Because then I have only one magazine space to refrigerate. Yes, it'll be bigger, but I still have only one space. And I can have the turrets and put everything forward. And I can put my armor and sort the armor around the magazine space forward. And sort that out. And I can then put all the engines aft and I can be more efficient. This is the trouble. The Germans go for a conventional design where they're trying to achieve a lot. You either go for 10,000 tons and say, right, then we're going to go with 8-inch or 6-inch guns. That's your options. Or if you really want to go for the 11-inch and try and have this sort of pocket battleship, we can rule the Baltic scenario, then put the 11-inch all forward. Because if you're really using it for that scenario, if your 11-inch guns are for dealing with the Baltic, and the secondaries and torpedoes are for your raiding mission, then you might as well have them forward. Because again, in the Baltic, there isn't that much room to maneuver. The odds are you're going to be face on to your opponent anyway. You don't know, and presumably a Seafire with a late model Merlin, maybe Griffin engine. As the war went on, the engines would have been upgraded. Yes. Dodgy. How do you rank RN effectiveness sinking the following? Bismarck, Scharnhorst, Grafspee, Lutzow, and Blucher. Grafspee, they needed more carriers, but they didn't have courageous. They lost ships too early. They lost courageous especially early, and that was problematic. Courageous could have been down in South Island. It could have caused a lot more fun. As for Bismarck, they were on it pretty quickly. The trouble was Denmark Strait happened, but they did fairly well with that. But let's be honest, if they we'd all be calling them far more efficient if they'd won the Battle of Denmark Strait. Scharnhorst is frankly cruel. Lutzow, when she, of course, was Deutschland, managed to get away scot-free, but she barely touched anything. She actually didn't. She was a presence, but Hitler was so worried about her getting lost, she was basically ordered straight back to Germany. And Blucher, well, definitely too much overkill. Matt Day, what made the Albacore so much worse than the Swordfish in performance terms? Basically, there is a song in the FAA, in the Fleet Air Arm Handbook, which has the line in it, "The Taurus ain't sound, oh bring back my Peggy, oh bring back my Peggy to me." And that was the problem. The Pegasus engine of the Swordfish was very, very reliable. The Taurus engine of the Albacore was just not. It just wasn't as reliable. And they got it working, but by the time they got it working, the trouble was, it wasn't enough of an improvement over the Swordfish, and it had this legacy when it first came in of being unreliable because of its engine, which, unfortunately, once you've built up that image, especially in comparison to your predecessor, which, let's be honest, no one thought the Swordfish looked modern. But its pilots had tremendous faith in it because it was just so reliable. Its aircrew, how do I put it? Okay, whenever we're talking science fiction, there are certain ships where you just know that ship is going to get its crew through alive. You could say that about the Starship Enterprise, but it's been blown up a few times. Or it's, conveniently, so they can bring in a new model for people to have to buy. But if we consider the Millennium Falcon, that thing, no matter what's chucked at it, and we know it's got plot armor, but it seems to survive. It's rough, it's old, it doesn't look as modern as any of the units it's really dealing with, even when it's in the later movies. And the fact it's in the sort of the numerically later movies. It's a case of, how? What? You're still flying? The Swordfish is like the Millennium Falcon, in that no one looking at it thinks, really modern, really great attack aircraft, despite the fact that with its torpedo attack system, and especially for night attacks, it is probably one of the best aircraft in the world at its time for that. But the thing is, the crews with the Swordfish, and this is where it comes, that aircraft is going to get them through. They have complete and utter faith in the Swordfish and in its engine, and therefore it might be slow, it might not be the most modern looking, but it is. They have faith in it. And the Albacore comes in, and it's not a Swordfish in terms of reliability. And that means, oh. Motor 40. Hello. I joined in, and the first thing here was, your friend was smoking chicken. I was wondering, does one make a chicken cigarette, cigar, pipe, water pipe? How does one smoke chicken exactly? Usually a barbecue, I think. In Winters, even carriers with Sea Hurricanes with 20mm guns could have cut bombers and Stuka attacks to pieces. Yes. Fives. Hello, fives. 2, 7. Well, I'm just going to do fives, okay? Would not having the Washington-London naval treaties have improved the British economy during the 1920s Great Depression and subsequent recovery? Yes, to an extent it would have done, because, to be honest, the problem for the British government was that they were a bit at sea when it came to the impact of the treaties on the economy. Because one of the traditional British government thing to do whenever there's an economic slump is they start a naval construction program and they start an infrastructure building program. Now, if anyone wants to know why the HS2, the high-speed rail in the UK, suddenly gets cash injections and the government's talking about it, it's usually when we're in an economic downturn, they start pushing it because it's a big infrastructure project to build. It's like they also build things like the huge London Underground sewer, and they start talking about Crossrail too. Also recently, you might have heard that the British government started talking about long-term naval building and construction projects, because those are the two things which they can do which will create the most jobs without the government creating jobs themselves. Infrastructure tends to serve as a boost to the wider economy, and shipbuilding tends to, because of the sheer amount of industries involved in constructing a ship, because they are a small city at sea, or at least a small town going to sea, in terms of their facilities, etc., and both the high tech and the low tech stuff which goes in the ship, they tend to be able to spread the finance around the country quite well. So it's one of the reasons why, and I'll be getting to counties, the Labour government comes in and they want to save money. But they want to save money by producing a type B county, not a type A county. And that's where the York and the Exeter come in. But they quickly realised that the regular counties are 2.1 million per build, roughly, and the type Bs are 1.8 million per build. So they are saving £300,000, and honestly, they are getting a far less capable ship, which is why they stopped building county class cruisers completely. And they instead go, right then, what can we build instead? And that's why you get the rush to eventually get to the town class, which again are built in. They're called the town class, and the Royal Navy very carefully make sure they're all built in shipyards as close to the place they're named for as possible, but also in shipyards which are in areas which are key voting districts which have low employment, i.e., not areas you want to cancel a ship in them. Because that was the Royal Navy decided their big mistake with the county class cruisers. They didn't factor that into their construction. They reckoned if they'd factored that into their construction, the government would never have cancelled any of them. Shomak, Rommel doesn't necessarily not understand logistics, but in North Africa, there isn't much that he can do other than overextend to take the next port. You can certainly argue that. Frank Sonner, were there Indian PMs while the UK was still there? No, there weren't Indian prime ministers while the UK was still there. Andrew Paul, as Dope Squad put exactly, viceroys changed very regularly. However, though it was a civil service post, most viceroys were either military advisors or had held posts like the First Lord of the Admiralty. Yes, the viceroys tended to, it's a civil service post, but they tend to be, well, Lord Wellington's brother was Viceroy of India. You know, they tended to be very powerful, well-connected people. They were former senior military or senior other department in government, or they didn't tend to be civil servant appointments. So they tended to be, it's a civil service post, but it's a political appointment. Hello, Eric Kaufman. And to some extent, yes, India got its first PM in August 1947. Last Governor General retired in January 1950. That's the overlap. Yeah. But Governor General wasn't really the same as a Viceroy in terms of their power. But yeah, there is an overlap. So I sort of got it wrong there, but there's terminology and roles. Frank Spada, see. Take a King George V, remove aft turret and place it in the B turret position. Arm the aft with water, whatever you feel if you work there. How does the design play out? Any good? Maybe as a radar? Well, you probably have to move certain things around to make that work. But it works. Honestly, it does. Hmm. I wonder if Rommel being at Stalingrad would have caused things to play out differently regarding his later forced suicide. It could have been interesting. Anno 16365. Hello. Are there still? Are there still royalty in India? There are. I remember. Well, there are still princes. I think. I seem to remember meeting one not that long ago, before COVID, but of course. But yeah. All right, got me a cat. Full more again. Sorry. Are there any good buff accessible resources on it and its use? Um, I would say Jamie's website, Armored Carriers, has the best on the Fulmar. He loves that aircraft, and he has done a lot of work on it. And it's been a passion project because the more he's looked into it, the more he's come back and gone, actually, why are you all so sure this is terrible aircraft? All these people are making ace flying this aircraft. You know, aircraft which are terrible, the pilots don't tend to make aces. Especially not against the Luftwaffe and the Regia Marine and the Regia Aeronautica. They're not exactly bad air forces. They're not exactly the most. Sometimes they don't have universally wonderful pilots or universally wonderful aircraft, but they're not exactly bad, either of them. So, what do you build? Depends what I'm building. If I'm building my models at the moment, I build model planes and tend to be. I've got a Hellcat, a Wildcat, and a Swordfish back there. I'm going to be working on soon. They're going to be suspended from the hooks above my head, which I put up for my Christmas lights. No, for my winter lights. I must remember they're called winter lights because they're still up. I like them up there, so I'm keeping them up there. It's nice. I have pretty multicolored LEDs around me. But no, it tends to be when I'm doing building these days, it tends to be stuff to do with the model railway or to do with carpentry for the house or occasionally ships on UAD, Ultimate and Dreadnoughts. A lot of ships on UAD at the moment. So much. Over 2,000 Corsairs, 1,150 Martlets, Wildcats, and 250 Hellcats went to the Fleet Air Army in World War II. Yeah, they got a fair amount of aircraft going on there. Sean Mack. He had a good enough understanding. There was nothing particularly brilliant. Unlike Patton, who I would low-key rate as an excellent decision, but he understood it was important. Generally, don't see. Your Drax said a proper naval version of Spitfire was designed before war, but land version had priority early war. Once pressure eased later in the war, why wasn't this design built instead of Seafire? Time, effort, money, and air ministry. And both of us have said it because both of us have done the research, and it's one of the joint projects I would like to do with Drac. Is I would like to do something on the super the Royal Navy fighters in the interwar period and what they could have been developed into. Banham, how do you think British naval infantry would have evolved had it not been for World War II and the commando adoption? Well, the Royal Marines are sort of heading in that way anyway. The Royal Marines had been existing for a long, long time, and they'd already sort of formed them into 3 or 4 brigades. They were used for mobile naval basing units as protection for that, and honestly, they're the amphibious warfare specialists. The army is always reluctant to get involved in amphibious warfare until either a war happens or until it's a spending round and they're trying to claim they have capabilities. Prior to that, usually the Royal Marines are the ones that do it and have to go and take the beaches for them. Frank Spano, Dr. C, the Hatfield McCoy feud that was famous in the USA was started over a pig as well. Oh, good lord. Why are these people all having these whole feuds and wars over pigs? Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. There's a Voxer. It strikes me as weird the RN did not use any of its battle BB tonnage for battle cruisers. A battle cruiser version of KG would supplant the battle cruisers, well, within even seas. Would it be useful, and did they have plans? They were certainly looking at things, but mainly they were looking at fast battleships. And I always point this out to people. I go, in many ways, the fast battleship is it's kind of like today. We don't build cruisers anymore. We build ships which are roughly 10,000 tons. We don't call them cruisers. We call them destroyers. Or frigates, even, some navies. We build ships even bigger than that. And my argument often is that the fast battleship is more of a successor to the battle cruiser that's considered palatable in terms of a long-term view of Jutland than it sort of is. So I would argue that in many ways the King George V's and Vanguard are fast battleships, but they're successors to the battle cruisers. Hi, Dr. Clarke. New Bruships logo. I hope you ran a contest for it. No, I didn't run a contest for it. A very nice person. A very, very nice person. Send it to me. And they are really, really, Bree Jeffrey, really nice person on Twitter, sent me a message out of the blue. I hadn't expected it, and said, I've done some logos for you. And I went, really? And I sort of went, ooh, let's see. And it's really, really cool stuff. And it's taken them absolutely ages. It's very kind of them to do it. Jess Erskines, I made a comment earlier about how I found how fond I am of the Brooklyns and Clevelands. I've seen that one. Which is based on their shenanigans and their appearance. What ship class fits for you that isn't towns or tribals? Okay. Well, I always have a soft spot for the Black Swans. They get up to all sorts of weird stuff. But I have to say, there are some pugnacious little ships I really have a lot of affection for, and there are some big ships I have affection for. But shenanigans and appearance wise, and they do get up to some really random shenanigans. It's to an extent got to be the air fusers, because them, and especially if we're picking to cruisers, it's got to be the air fusers, and it's got to be the Abdiels, because those two classes get up to all sorts of weird stuff. So what I'm hearing is, if the other side has a battleship with 18-inch guns, it makes it advantageous for the side that doesn't to make a preemptive strike. Pretty much. And what is your favourite non-UK destroyers? The Fletchers and the Four Stackers from the US. I have a soft spot for a lot of Italian destroyers. Me and Italian destroyers have a lot of affection because they're usually fairly fine ships. Japanese destroyers, I tend to find, have too much top weight, and I think it fundamentally undermines them to an extent where I go, if you're already lying about your weight, why not do it properly? Again, it's one of the things I find annoying about the Japanese. If you're gonna lie and if you're gonna cheat a system, actually cheat it. Don't do the bare minimum cheating. Actually do proper cheating. Who's gonna call you on it? Towards the end, close to World War II, the British called the French on the cheating they're doing with some of their battleships and actually call them, basically go, you're breaking the treaty. And the French go, who cares? What penalties are written into the treaty if we break it? There are none. The only break into the treaty, the only thing in the treaty is that actually holds you to it is either the other nations decide to go to war with you for breaking the treaty, which they're not because they don't want a war, or they're going to all up their building to match it. So yes, by all means be discreet so you don't have to face option 2, but that is the worst scenario you're going to face. They're suddenly going to build up their ships to match you. And that's going to take time, especially if you've already been building them. So you might as well do it. It is a treaty which is so unenforceable and so cheatable on it beyond belief. And that's before we get the writing of things like water for armor. For sure. Good morning, evening. Has anyone thought of navigating a sub under a ship and releasing mines like reverse depth charges? To an extent, the Germans actually did try that in World War One. It didn't work out well. Mainly because the ships tend to travel faster on the surface than the subs do underwater. Let's see. It seems simple enough for the USN to replace its carriers in 44, 45 when hit bad. But what would be some negative effects suffered every time this happened? Same with the RN. Surely there's an immediate loss of quality. There is. It takes time to work up a crew. It takes time to work up an air group and to get everything working. A new ship is not immediately available. A new ship takes time to commission. So you lose a ship, unless you've got the ships already in the process of going through commissioning and working up, and even once they're commissioned, they're not going to be necessarily fully battle ready. You're not going to want to take a newly commissioned ship straight into battle. You'll want to give it time to season its crew a bit and get them used to the systems and check everything works. Sam Thompson, Dossie, pardon. There's never need to say pardon for you being busy. You are always working so hard. Pardon the late response to close of trade. It's been great bother doing that for your mum and sister. Thank you for you, sir. I think considering the amount of shouting I get from my sister for actually getting rid of her gluten-free food, I think I'm currently in the doghouse. I will do it again in a heartbeat, but I'm in the doghouse. I love them dearly, and I do it again. I'm always happy. If it's my choices between them being happy with me and them being safe, I always pick them being safe. But it does. Let's put it this way: I'm very glad my office is the other end of the garden. Hello, Yickers. And at Rapol, there are members of royalty in India, and while they do retain their wealth, sort of, they don't have any influence by dint of their titles. Whenever someone says that about India, I always cross my fingers for them because, again, the ones I've met, I really wouldn't want running things. Right, Tail Fox. Australians will give you POMs a run for your money as far as sarcasm is concerned. I know. You've probably listened to Bilge Pumps. There is two POMs, and there is Jamie. And when I did love a comment I got from someone the other week, which came through, which is a lovely email, which basically went, so you guys have a lot of. I've just realised quite a lot of what you guys say is sarcastic when you're being nice about things, and I went, you just realised. Thanks for that. Let's see. I've heard that armies ate hardtack as well. Is that true? Yes. Sometimes they got hardtack because sometimes there would be a lot of that supplied, and especially the food, the supplies board would just go, "Here, have it." Hello, Wayne Boring. Good day out. Still catching up on holiday videos. Just finished watching the second county class video. Cool. Pete Andel. I sent Drac a presentation, but Perishal Sextant. Is that something that might be useful to you in your job as a lecturer or as a practical aid? It could certainly be fun. I do try and explain these things to students occasionally. Right, Dr. C, do you think that during the Battle of Tsushima, various naval observers made requests, recommendations, or asked IGN to do certain attacks on the Russians to see what modern text weapons could do? I doubt if they had, they would have been listened to. But I have a feeling that how do I put this? Their attacks and their choices being watched very closely. Frank's Sparrow. Is there any Indian naval history before World War II that you couldn't recommend learning about? That's one of the battles I'm going to be doing, actually. There's an interesting little battle coming up, and I think I put it down for February. But it's going to be one of the first lives in February is going to be about a battle which took place off the coast of India, if I remember correctly. Darius, you keep writing this. Imagine a fleet air arm having perfected Blackburn B-44 retractable float planes armed with 4 20mm cannon. It would have been lovely, but I have a feeling they'd have lost the floats quite quickly because that would have been a whole lot of weight you could take off, and then you've got a powerful engine, you've got all that cannons, and you've got a structure which can have a lot more speed to operate from your carriers. Budgate89. Watch the movie Battle River Plate. How do you think that the USS Salem would have done if she'd actually replaced the Graf Spee? The USS Salem is a pretty cool ship, but I have a feeling if she'd found herself outnumbered at the same extent that the Graf Spee was, she'd have probably been in about the same problem. Shomack, what was the RN's feeling about the press? Because I know the US often viewed them as a problem to be managed when they were feeling generous. The Royal Navy tends to get on with the press, but they tend to leave the managing the press to things like, well, the Navy League, etc., which did quite well while they were around. Frank's let's see. Were sailors ever conscripted? Particularly in World War I and World War II. There is technically conscription going on, but in reality, they had enough volunteers. They were usually okay. Conscription of officers is slightly more difficult. Traditionally, they're supposed to be volunteers, but you can certainly, if you have the right background, you could certainly find yourselves in World War I and World War II again with given an instantaneous commission. Read the .5 Vickers. Actually, British were testing the Gerber motor gun, a twin synchronized heavy machine gun with 2,000 rounds per minute. Yep. Cody 85, hello. What would the battles of the Pacific and World War II look like if the war had started in 1938? Oh, and another bottle of meat. Thank you, Cody. If the battles had started in 1938, you would have had. Well, let's be honest. In 1938, you wouldn't have had an armored carrier around because Illustrious doesn't come in until 1940. You'd have probably had them accelerated, but you'd have probably had a strike group from the British perspective based on Ark Royal with Courageous, Glorious, probably Furious as your carrier strike group. That would be your multi-carrier strike group force, and they would probably be partnered with, let's see, was Renown in refit at the time? Probably with Hood and Repulse. Warspite, I think, would have been refitted by this point and would have been out and operational by 1938. So she would have probably been the flagship. She would have had Nelson and Rodney with her. So you would have probably had a significant carrier group sort of such out there. B, you would probably have had, who would have been in charge? Percy Noble's senior enough and trusted enough. He'd have probably been still training. He'd have been theatre commander. Fleet commander would have probably been. Actually, that time possibly Cunningham would have been sent out as fleet commander. Yeah, probably you'd have Cunningham sent out from Admiralty to be fleet commander, rather than going to Medfleet. And you'd possibly have even had Somerville sent out there as well as one of his deputy fleet commander. So what would the battles been like? Well, in 1938, the U.S. Navy wasn't in Hawaii, so the Japanese run would have been on the Philippines, etc., but they wouldn't have done the attack on Hawaii. They probably wouldn't have managed to take Singapore because A, you had the pre-war garrisons, and B, the British could have mobilized far quickly, and it would have been sort of seen coming to an extent. So you'd probably have a scenario whereby the British would have deployed, especially units of the Indian Army, more likely forward, especially experienced Gurkha units, to Singapore and Malaya. They wouldn't have had French Indochina to use as a springboard, so they would have been further away from Singapore and Malaya, and they couldn't have got as many forces there as quickly as they did. So they probably concentrated their attack on the Philippines. And then you'd have had an attrition war. Probably the Americans starting off in the Pacific, the British starting off through the South China Sea, probably with an allied fleet. I'm thinking you'd have certainly had the Dutch as part of it and the French. So you'd have had that sort of force, of course, along with the Australians. And the Japanese would have had to deal with two large fleets coming straight at them. They would have probably tried to fight an attritional warfare. How well that would have gone would have been unlikely to have been good for the Japanese. But you would also get an exact opposite of what you get with the war in Europe, in that the British would have accelerated the construction of carriers, they would have accelerated the construction of cruisers, and they would have accelerated the construction of battleships at the expense of smaller escorts, because you'd have actually, no, strange enough, actually you'd probably had more Travel class destroyers ordered as well, because they're in production at that point, because it's 1930, yeah. So they come into service 1938, 1939. You would probably have seen another batch of them at least ordered almost immediately, because they'd have still been in construction and would have been the biggest destroyer we had in the construction, and it would have been a case of just go, boom, tribals, just start shooting them out. So the interesting question is whether the Italians and the Germans try to join in, because they might try to join in for their status, and the Soviets might try and join in. Soviets joining in is probably going to be, they would try and do a land war into China. The Italians would probably try and send the force. The question is whether they try and link up the Americans or the British. Probably they join the Grand European Alliance of the British, in which case the British have to deal with them. Germans probably would send some Deutschland-class vessels, which would be interesting. They might actually be useful. And I'm not talking about for not for necessarily convoy escort, as in the Indian Ocean, but for things like escorting fuel supplies and etc. to bases, etc. The German Deutschland class would be excellent for that as convoy escort. And yeah, it would be interesting. Any battles that get fought Well, if you're talking the ones in South China Sea, the British are probably going to fight them at night because that's going to be the British way, and the British will use Allied forces to help strengthen themselves in the day versus Japanese. But again, the Japanese won't be able to concentrate their fleet on the British. They won't be able to concentrate their fleet on the Americans. If they do, they'll leave the other side free to move. Both the British and Americans will make for the Philippines first. Either relieve or reconquer the Philippines and probably move up from there. You probably end up with the combined fleets operating out of Weihai Wei and Tsingtao. Interesting enough, the Germans might try and reconquer Tsingtao and take the lead for that, because that would be one of the things they'd lost in World War One. So it might be something which especially Hitler would fancy to go for, would be to go and get what's modern Qingdao back under German control. The thing is, if Germans do get involved in that, and they do get involved in all those things, that could well satiate his need for martial glory, but also, if he's pouring resources into fighting a war on the other side of the world, he can't very well start a war with those allies he's fighting alongside in Europe. Could well delay a European war for about... Well, the war with Japan would probably take about 2 to 3 years. And a European war would probably not break out for about 3 more years after that. So you'd probably get a European war 1944-45. Let's see. Can you go over the importance of enlisted? It seems that history only cares about the officers. Good NCOs and good non-commissioned are probably the backbone of pretty much every force in history. It makes up most of your numbers and makes up most of your leadership. Officers get moved up, or they get killed, or they move out. But NCOs stay with the unit. So they bring about its culture, they bring into a lot of its history and a lot of its permanency. It's the same with ships. There are people who can spend their NCO career most of it aboard 1 or 2 ships, whereas officers will usually serve on a lot more than that. Now, sometimes these days, actually, they do skip around just as much as officers, but it's rarer, let's say. Hello, Shimi. Can't go. Panther ship with all 4 out of 11-inch. Besides, they had serious 15 to 17 centimeter secondary battery, which would look nice on the superstructure. True. And productions. This is an odd one, even for me. But do you have any idea how I might try about getting an old documentary rebroadcast on TV? I came across an old BBC documentary on Toronto, presumably presented by Andrew Lambert. It featured a lot of lovely 30s, 40s footage, but the quality of the recording is a bit naff. Any clues? Bang on the BBC. Basically, they usually have an archive, and I think I know the documentary you mean, and I would love to see that re-recorded and re-put up. Hello, Andrew Cowell. Sorry, I meant the other Lutz Jutland, sorry. Yeah, that poor ship just got overgrown. Frank Soder, that's good. Why does Germany use the same name so close together? Because they're trying to restore honor. Let's see. Blucher is the one that was sunk by a shore battery as she tried to enter a fjord on the cover, right? Of night, right? Yes, that is what happened to the World War II one. The World War I one got surrounded by battle cruisers and blown to smithereens. Well, it ends up sinking, but you know. Distinguished, the double wasp was the best of all of them. It was certainly the most developed of the engines available by the end of World War II. But best of all of them depends which one of the wasps you're focusing on. But the wasp is a good engine. Decision. If the skewer had been a dive bomber torpedo bomber combo instead of a fighter, would it be more successful? Yes. But it would be judged by a different metric. It would have been the swordfish replacement rather than the fighter replacement, in which case there would have been a different fighter produced. And actually, considering the skewer's engine was fairly decent, that could have worked, but they'd have needed to up it, so it would have probably run into the same problems with the Fairy Barracuda. Frank Saunders, IGN attack Toronto instead of Pearl Harbor. Any better results? Well, considering they only have 6 battleship targets in Toronto, I'd hope they massacre them completely. But it would be interesting to see how they got there. And, you know, they wouldn't get a lot of flack for not hitting aircraft carriers which weren't there. George Newman, it was a harbour defence fort. Interestingly, it had a torpedo capability, and that is what got Blucher. Not unusual for harbour defence forts to actually have torpedo launchers. Calvin goes good. With A plus B turrets instead of A plus X, the Panther Chief might have got had plus 2 to 3 knots squeezed out. That could well have taken it. Yeah, it's potentially possible to get a Panther Chief to 30 knots. Definitely to 29 knots. If you go for the more efficient gunnery AB arrangement. Because if you're only going to have 2 turrets, that makes sense. You know, if you have 3 turrets, then that's when I start going X turret makes sense. Before, X and Y make sense. If you go for an ABC arrangement because you have 3 turrets, I can sort of justify that. But depending on your formation. But the thing is, when you only have 2 turrets, an A and X scenario an A and Y scenario do not make sense. Because it's a Y, Jemima. Andrew, I'm not sure if I have found Dr. Clarke's old history forum account. I could quite believe he's the author of Out of the Bay of Woe. Don't think so. I don't intend to have an old history forum account yet. Sounds cool. Desert Foxer. In 1944-45, the Iron modified the Sea Mosquito for carrier operations, a slight wanting in 1942. If the Iron got its way, how would the Sea Mosquito fit in our doctrine and use? They were very fast. Basically, if they got the Mosquito earlier and they got it at sea, you would see the bigger carriers built earlier, i.e. the Audaciouss would probably be more closer to the Malta size to basically take the same sized air group but for a twin-engined aircraft. And how the Royal Navy would adopt it having a faster radar carrying intercepting fighter bomber, long range strike fighter bomber. Well, let's see. There would you know what they do in World War II in later Pacific campaign with Corsairs, etc., doing the fighter bomber role. They'd have probably been doing that earlier, and honestly, there would probably be a few more American admirals going, we would like the British here in the Pacific because they bring that thing. Although the Mosquito didn't particularly like operating in the Far East because of the humidity and heat, but the Sea Mosquito could have been actually okay because it's operating over salt water, and whilst that still can have humidity and all the other issues, it's usually slightly less of a problem than it is versus when you're on land bases, especially in the monsoon season. Hello, Michael Patton. Frank Lucy, you go back in time to offer ideas as to how the Hawkins class should have been built. Knowing that it will affect the naval treaty, what do you make them look like? Armed with? Well, I probably go for the free twin turret 9.2-inch option, at least. And I probably make them up to about 15,000 tons rather than the weight they were, with more armor and more speed and range. So basically, I just pump up what's the existing there, but I go for a 619 9.2 gun option. So much. How many Sea Mosquitoes could a carrier fit versus Avengers? And what is the difference in total capacity? Depends. If you're using deck parking, difference in capacity is probably 2 or 3 aircraft. If you are restricted to hangar space because you're doing North Sea operations, etc., then difference is probably more like 5 or 6, if not 8 aircraft. And that's just me doing the capacity maths in my head. Hello, Bijan. But Westwick, regarding the Swordfish and the Albacore, did not the latter bring enough improvements in other areas to offset its terrible reliability? Not really. That's good. That still leaves the R-class battlecruisers and Hood able to run them down and definitely outgun them. That's true with the Deutschland class if you upgrade them to 30 knots, but let's be honest, at the speed they were at 26 knots, there are, in rough seas, Queen Elizabeth class battleships which can run them down. Whereas if they're able to do 30 knots, then they can't be run down by anything apart from 3 ships. And that means the Royal Navy, again, if we go for that, how many ships does the Royal Navy likely have available? Maybe 2? They're going to be in 2 places in the world that can catch them and destroy them. Now, admittedly, there's still always the pack of cruisers, which is what the Royal Navy ultimately uses, but that still gives them a lot more freedom of operations. Listen, if you were told to find a way to save £300,000 versus a county class, how do you do it while retaining the capability? I was going to save £300,000 while retaining the capability. Well, the main things I object to with the Exeter and York is the loss of speed and other things which come with their design changes. You have the Nelson class sitting there as an example of how to do a 3-turret ship and maintain an efficient design. I would probably shift things around on the county class hull and stick all 3 turrets forward in a sort of F-style arrangement to give you slightly better firing angles than the Nelson and Rodney have, and use so I could still get the same speed and range out of the Yorks and Exeter as I did from the other counties. So yes, I would still save the money on the turret, but I would have an advantage in that I wouldn't have all the magazines sitting at the back for the X turret. I wouldn't need it. It would all be forward turret, and I don't actually like the all forward gun approach. Quite a large chunk of time, but it is a very efficient design if you're trying to build on a treaty limitations. The other option is I put in £300,000 or something else in the budget and pretend I'd save the £300,000 and build a full-on county. But this is why I am not in government, because I'd be too tempted to just manipulate the figures. It shows, as far as heavy cruisers, in 1924, in Altamara drones, 15,000 tons will still get you a quite capable 9.2-inch armed and well-armored cruiser, heavy cruiser. Yep. Anak, wasn't Mountbatten last viceroy in it? Yes, and after that there was then some governor generals. But there were Indian PMs. Frank's moment, let's see. In the end, what was the best way to build a 10,000-ton heavy and light cruiser? Cry a lot. Honestly, building a 10,000-ton heavy cruiser is just you're not getting something which is really really useful for your 10,000 tons. Alexander Simon, USS Johnson versus HMS Global in the 1v1 showdown. They're real captains. Well, they either both sink each other, or they end up pulling up next to each other, getting out, shaking each other's hands, and deciding to take on the rest of the world together. I was asking, hello, could the fluffy dreadnought save Nelson at Trafalgar? The fluffy dreadnought? Possibly. There's a few ships which could save Nelson at Trafalgar. Arguably, retaining the second rate and the other ships that he lost just prior to the Battle of Trafalgar in his fleet, so he could attack with 3 columns, would have saved Nelson at Trafalgar. I don't think superior acceleration or speed played a part in her avoiding Cumberland. It was spotter planes spotting enough distance that they changed course and kept well away from each other. It's not so much speed or acceleration. It's the float plane up here, the Spey over there, well out of the distance. Cumberland over there spots that, goes British cruiser. Fudge, go that way. I am a German ship. I am going to keep well away from that cruiser. And that shows you actually the relative power of them. It does show you a fully worked up county class cruiser is not something von Spey, the Grafstein Spey, wants to take on. Langsdorff in the wants to take on if he can avoid it. He doesn't want to take on a full-blown county. Yes, it might be one cruiser. Yes, it might have 8-inch guns versus his 11-inch guns. But it's got torpedoes, it's got 8-inch guns, it's going to do damage whatever happens. and he's got nowhere to go and repair. So he takes on any British cruiser. He's out of the game as a surface raider. This is my point when we get into, and you're going to hear this mentioned in part 3 of the county ones. A proper heavy cruiser has enough firepower and enough capabilities that even a surface raiding battleship is going to think, well, I could fight that convoy, or I could go somewhere else and find something undefended. And then something else after that undefended, and something else after that undefended. Because if I fight that convoy, whatever happens, I get damaged. And then I have to go home. So I might win, but I only win short term. And Americans, a good baseline for that might be looking at R12 HMS Hermes when she flew Buccaneers of Vixen. They're similar size to Mosquito, and if I'm not mistaken, Hermes' hangar is about the same size of an Australian hangar. Just an idea that I had no doubt about to get roasted for. You are right, but you have to remember that Hermes was always in a North Atlantic configuration, i.e., so an Atlantic configuration rather than a Far East configuration. HMS Victorious at certain points has similar aircraft aboard her, and she is sometimes in the Far East in a Pacific configuration, where again they have more aircraft. It's one of the joys of life that, basically depends on if you can do anything deck parking wise. So, Thompson, Dr. Clarke, what Commonwealth shipyards were underutilized during build? Could Collingwood and Cornwall have produced more destroyers and cruisers, not just corvettes and trawlers? If they'd started the build up earlier on, they probably could have done. But they would have to build the infrastructure necessary to allow them to do that. And it's not just about the shipyards, okay? And it's one of the things, whenever I get asked about this, I go, okay, yes, you've got a shipyard and assemble it, but where do the engines and turbines come from? Where do all the other equipment come from? And people go, well, we didn't import them from America. Well, America's maxed out producing them from their own needs. One of the big problems and one of the limiting factors in terms of getting ships built and into the water was actually the ability to produce turbines for the ships. Building enough turbines for ships was a massive problem. So if you really want to fix a lot of the Allied supply of warships in World War II, in 1936, you need to build a stocking great big marine turbine plant in both Canada and Australia. Because if you can start churning out turbines in both of those countries, you can supply a whole lot of naval power. And they were building cable turbines, etc., and cable things, but they just didn't have the facilities built up enough and experienced enough personnel that it took time for them to build up. So if you start in 1936, then by 1939, you've had 3 years of getting that production going. You've ironed out all the problems in your factory. You can go build, and you can build. This is one of the advantages, again, America has going into World War II, because they don't start really in World War II till 1942. Let's be honest. I know it's December the 7th, 1941. I do realize that, but let's be honest, that's December 1941. That means they're practically getting onto war footing and into war in 1942. Takes them a couple of weeks to get over shock and, actual things on. But the thing is, they've been building up all those supplies and industries since about 1938 because of the build-up in Europe and their own build-up. So they've had 3 years to get those industries up and running and going, hey! And it works. And again, please, let me clarify. There is nothing wrong with America doing that. It makes perfect sense, and it's very good, thank you very much, because it's what provides the infrastructure and the supplies necessary to win the end of the war. And really help people keep everyone fighting. But that's also the reason why when I sit back and people go, oh, why isn't Britain producing more? You're going, well, because they start the build-up. They think war's not going to happen until 1942, so they start the build-up really in 1937. And unfortunately, the war happens in 1939 because a gentleman called Hitler really doesn't know how to keep it in his pants when it comes to deciding to invade other countries. He has no self-control at all. He just thinks, ooh, shiny thing me want. And before anyone comes back to him and goes, no, he had a strategic plan, he did not. He's a gambler. There is nothing wrong. There are lots of politicians are gamblers. And lots of national leaders are gamblers. They gamble, keep gambling, and keep betting bigger and bigger and bigger until either they collapse or they're out of power or they go away for some reason. If you want to see another big gamble at the moment, we've got two on the world stage. One's called Putin, the other one's called Xi. They're both gamblers. They both keep playing for the big... They have these big scores, and they keep gambling on getting to them. And the gambles are usually based on no one actually wanting to do anything. But the trouble is, for all gamblers, that there comes a stage when other people feel they're forced to do something. And the problem is predicting when they're going to do that. And it can be a really stupid thing. Why? Because let's be honest, Poland was not the time to do it. You know, it was a place you couldn't support without Russia. It was just a nightmare. Poland was not the one to gamble. And you should have gone earlier. If you'd not given away the Sudetenland, if you had all sorts of issues had been dealt earlier, you could have stopped the gambling, but they didn't. And that's on the British and the French. That is on the British and the French. Because they didn't know when to stand up. But that is your problem. Frank, let's see. Which nation had the best individual ship design that was stationed overseas by the start of World War I? Town class cruisers, Royal Navy. Best design to actually be stationed overseas for its actual design. It's a light cruiser, but it's a cool one. Shomack, yeah, there are a lot of bad things about the Italian Air Force, but the quality of their designs and the pilots is not one. No, it isn't. Council government. Again, you can rebuild the entire Royal Navy, World War II. Numbers for each type are the same. Are the same. Money doesn't matter. Treaties also don't. Dockyards are there. What do you build? Ooh, what do I build? Well, if numbers are the same, but I can build whatever I want, I'm probably taking a Lion-class design and replacing every single battleship and battlecruiser with a Lion-class. 16-inch guns are just going, have it brand new. Aircraft carriers are all going to be Maltas. That's just obvious. Darings are technically ordered in World War II, so in nicest way, I'm going to replace every single destroyer with a Daring class. Just because I can. And just because that would be fucking evil. Excuse the French there. That would be very, very evil for anyone to take on an entire several hundred Daring class destroyers. I'm going to replace all corvettes and sloops with Black Swans. Because, again, I can. Late war ones. Am I going to hit the light fleets? No, I'll replace all carriers. Everything with Maltas. Including the escort carriers. Everything is going to be a Malta. Everything. Everything is a Malta. Cruise is a difficult one. I would, of course, love them all to be town class. And I think I would keep them as town class. Honestly, I like the counties. I love their 8-inch guns. But I think for World War II, the town class are probably better. and my light cruisers would be 50% Didos and 50% arrow fusers, replacing all the C-class Didos, arrow fusers, and and anything basically anything Leander and above to include in counties and crown colonies would be town class. Didos, C class, D class, E's would be, and arrow fusers would be mixed. It would be a 50-50 split of Didos and arrow fusers. As for submarines, I still want my U's. I love my U's. They are beautiful. But I would probably replace the T's and the S's with A's if I could. And frigates would also be replaced by Black Swans class sloops. Just have lots of Black Swans. Hordes of them. Matt Day, if in the mid 1920s the government gave grants to merchant navy and funded more destroyers and cruisers, would this have kept the yards open that impeded capital ship construction further on? The things that impeded capital ship construction was actually the armor. So cruisers with enough armor could have kept armor supplies going, but honestly, what you needed was to order and stockpile armor. In fact, honestly, if you'd started from the 1920s stockpiling plate armor, ship armor, it would have probably been okay for 1930s use and 1940s use. Frankly, it would have been better than nothing anyway, and you could have built your ships much quicker. The two blockages for capital ship construction in World War II were armor and turrets for construction. And again, you could have got around it by ordering a load of experimental turrets or something. It would have been iffy. People would have been watching you, but as long as you actually hadn't built the hulls and you hadn't had the engine, and you made sure that the engines you were stockpiling for those ships were stored in different warehouses than the armor and the turrets, they couldn't really say much about it. And then you could probably rapidly build some if you've got all that stuff up on side. If you consider how quickly HMS Dreadnought's built, if you've got that's what happens if you've got all the things already stockpiled to one side. Right, let's see. Any chance of a line of battle formation still having a use of it today? Someone in our chat. Not really. It depends. If you're you might well have escorts formed up in a line up fret if you're from your carrier, if they are trying to, in terms of flak frigates. So let's, for example, if I've got 3 Type 31s, I might put them in line of sort of a stern formation up fret from my carrier with their guns already located. So if any hypersonics or anything are coming that way, flak wall, please. And there was someone recently who commented about, advantages of the 20mm versus the 30mm, and the reason why the British went with the phalanx versus the goalkeeper. And they are quite right that we chose the phalanx over the goalkeeper because of the number of rounds you can carry and the fact 20mm versus 30mm. The advantage of the 40mm over 30mm is that you can have programmable rounds, which you can turn into shrapnel and all sorts of various things, thanks to the fact that you can quickly just update it before it fires and tell it what to do. You can't scale that down to a 30mm remote, and there are limitations in the size of the chip and also making it be able to survive the launching of the firing of the gun, and also things that both me, Drac, and Jamie have all talked about on our channels and on Bilge Pumps a lot. And that's where the big advantage of the 40mm versus the 30mm is. And also, let's be honest, if you're already stuck in 30mm rounds, 40mm round, yes, is bigger. The radius is an extra 5mm, which is significant when your radius goes from 15 to 20. But the point is, you're already building bigger ships anyway. Allocate the space. So the historical ship stopped existing in that scenario. Well, yeah, as I said, I replaced them. Oh, there's a Malta. Every escort carrier becomes a Malta. Oh, yeah. Animal 63 cigarette question. You and Track were transported back to Order 1 just before the Battle of Jutland to take the place of Jellicoe and Beatty. What fleet do you take charge of? I don't know, Wolf. What fleet do I take charge of? Now, ego and the fact that I love the Battle of Jutland and would love Jellicoe would, plus I could imagine if Drac was taking Beatty's place, he would do it by turning up in full knight armor with a sword and shriving him in half. Ego would have me taking Jellicoe's place, but if I'm being honest and pragmatic, Drac is the far better mathematician than I am, and running the Grand Fleet needs someone to do the maths of the gunnery and work that one out. So I would say put Drac in charge of the Grand Fleet, and I would take the battlecruiser force. And God help the German battle cruisers, because there would be no way I would be running it like BT. I mean, seriously. First thing would be, Seymour, I love you. You're a very nice guy. Get off my flag bridge. Someone send me someone who can read a frigging flag command book now. There would be some very rapid modifications. I'd probably remove BT by just doing something more polite, like, there is the sea, kick, go swim, have fun, don't do anything I wouldn't do, here, have a life jacket, we'll pick you up after it's over. Then it's time for the operations. And yeah, the policy would be very much, okay, right then, where are my Queen Elizabeth class ships? Where are my different battle cruisers? Make sure they all know exactly what they're supposed to be doing. Make sure the troops staying together. Make sure Thomas knows what he's doing. Send him probably a very long flash message giving him a brief overview of what I expect. It would be something more complicated than I would want to do by flag signals, definitely. And radio Drac and tell him exactly where the Germans are. Bigsby, Supermarine built interesting unknown plane suit. A Nighthawk, World War I Zeppelin killer, can rival the unknown. Yeah, it was interesting. Let me see what I've done. I was hoping to hear of the Ranger Marina who made a mace flying Imperator, or perhaps Roma, Littorio. Would love to hear of those aerial battles. When you get your Swordfish and other aircraft built, install a fan and tie them to it. You can then have them flying around your head in the streams. That would be cool. Don't worry about them hitting you in the head. We'll consider it living up to their legacy. Angela Proles, Frank Spanos, a bloody good response. Pre-World War II Indian naval history is mostly confined to before the early to mid 19th century, back when Indian kings had navies. That's one of the reasons why I'm doing a video in February on quite an early battle. Cody 85 has a reason for why we fight over pigs. We fight over pigs because pigs are the source of bacon, and bacon is the food of the gods. Don't say that too loudly in my house at the moment. It was bacon which had gone off, which my sister decided to cook because she has no sense of smell, and she didn't check the date. And I'm sort of going, I love you. You are wonderful. But Karen, if you can't smell, check the freaking date. But I was doing quickly, and it looked fine. You should never have survived. I don't know how you survived student accommodation. I really don't. I love you dearly, but I do not know how you survived it. Bad Home, given you Uglies video and the Swedish cruiser, it got me thinking: what would you have changed for a Scandinavian navy? Monitors, more cruise-like vessels, or would it be a DD heavy navy? Probably a DD heavy navy with some monitorish, cruiserish, with some what I would sort of call coastal battleship ships, but basically ships which are mobile forts. But DD heavy, definitely some powerful DDs. And probably after we became a colony, there wasn't much action, but India did have some decent construction made facilities, a number of naval bases and trade ports. Yes, the Royal Navy really loves some of the ships they built in India. The wood, the quality of the wood they got in India, it was expensive, but it was good. Geo guy at 001, didn't somebody say Vanguard effectively was a self battle cruiser? Budget wise, it's cool. Lots of ships of the line, a few ships of the line, and a few frigates were built in India, and they built some really good ships. Teak and mahogany, they're just gorgeous vessels. Retail Fox, have you heard of the Destroyman series of novels by Taylor Aronson? I have heard of it, and I did read it a long time ago. I haven't read it recently. Most importantly, the A plus B layout Panzer Chief was Dr. Clarke's idea for if you absolutely must build them. Pretty much. If that's what you really must build, then build something which works. Has some efficiency to it. Frank as well, does he? Were the naval battles not necessarily in a storm, but when the wind changed direction, gave both sides the upper hand? Whatever gauge. Yeah, some of the Anglo-Dutch wars were basically decided by the wind. This is Fox. In Dry Dock, Drac calls the escort carriers unsung heroes of World War II. Did they get up to any shenanigans? How vital were they strategically, and could they play light carrier if they needed? They did lots of different roles. The Royal Navy used them as strike carriers, escort carriers. As for shenanigans, I think one reversed over a submarine. But they had a lot of interesting operations. They were really, really important because it's what you need. It provides you with just enough air defense. It provides you just enough to protect a convoy, or in terms of strike group, it provides you just enough aircraft to be actually viable, especially when you're using the pack. And again, it's one of the things I've forgotten. The escort carriers are put into these strike carrier groups, and these packs of things going. And some of the most famous battles involve these strike groups going up and just blasting things. So you don't want to use a fleet carrier for that, for a land attack job. If you have a choice, you can use your fleet carrier for far more useful things. But there again, if you can replace every single one of your escort carriers with a Malta, you're gonna do it because it's a Malta and it's beautiful. Hello, Fekla. Chat, could you please click the like? Oh, thank you. Paul Westwick, I think we both saw pictures on Twitter with Vanguard and one of the KGVs. The Twin Turrets Vanguard looks so small alongside the KGV. How would you have armed Vanguard given no restrictions? Given no restrictions and given the budget and the ability to make the same speed, she would probably have had 12 16-inch guns. But that's because I like the combination of 12 16-inch guns. So Thompson, Dr. Clarke, note for all students: if you're going to cheat, cheat big, don't pull your punches, make it a showstopper. Pretty much. If you're going to run the risk of cheating, you might as well do something worthwhile with that risk. Why did you get rid of gluten-free food? And why is she so upset about it? It was out of date and had helped make her ill. Mr. Oates, in the doghouse, give our respects to the FRA and TAFRA. Don't worry, they're in the doghouse with me. Not quite, not here at the moment. They're back in the house with Mum, but yeah, they were aiding and abetting me, as is what they were classified as by my sister, because they basically assisted me in making sure the everything was clear. It's going to sound strange. Here's the trick: if you really want to scare someone with the smell, and tell them this meat is off, you put it in front of a dog, and if the dog goes, ugh, no one's going to argue with you that the meat is off if the dog is even going, what the? I'm not eating that. Why put that near my nose? This nose is important to me. It worked. Kevin Ray, how far in terms of weeks, months was Prince of Wales from properly being worked up when she fought Bismarck? Probably about 3. Well, I was going to say 3 to 6 months, but probably 4 to 6 months. Ian Winter, when the RN found they could not fit the King George V with 3 quads, did they look at going with 3 treble turrets? Would that have been easier to build the support? Yes, they did, but they were already done too much work on the quad turret and designed it for the quad turret. I still think they'd have been better going with 3 treble 15s or 3 treble 16s. But no, they were insisting on the 14-inch gun, and at least with 2 quads, you get 10 guns to 9. 10 is better than 9, 14. 10 to 14 inches is better than 9 to 14 inch if you're going for 14 inch, I suppose. But there again, the treble turrets would have been a lot quicker and a lot easier to get ready because they had treble turrets in service on the Nelson Romney. Frank Spanner, let's see. After the second turn away at Jutland and DDs throw out Torps, keep armor, what is your most honest guess at what would happen if Jellicoe went towards the Germans instead? Any ships actually lost? Possibly. Possibly would lose some ships. But, and the thing is, you have to remember the odds are. He might lose some ships, but he'd win the battle undisputedly. But as long as he survives and still has the larger fleet and the German Navy has to go home, he wins. So that's the thing is, he does either move, he probably wins, but one, he wins with less losses, and one, he wins with greater losses. Would the British government accepted losses if he'd won a big glorious battle? Probably. The British public would have probably, yes. What would that have an effect on the war? I don't know. If the Germans no longer have a navy, then you probably have the Royal Navy turning up in the Baltic going, hello everyone, we're here to bombard your coastline. At which point the Germans are really in trouble. They're probably going to go, oh yes, we have minefields and submarines, but nice way, the Royal Navy have a lot of trawlers and a lot of destroyers, and to do that operation, they would be prepared to deploy every single thing they could get their hands on. That's right. I do agree. Honestly, if people are eating gluten-free food and they don't have an allergy reason, if you actually read the ingredients, you probably shouldn't be. A lot of it, it's really not good for you. There are a few things which are quite good. The supplies which came from Waitrose today included some chocolate and ginger cookies, which both my mum and sister really like, which sort of got me some brownie points. Let's see. Do we know how much war material was prevented from production Model 2 by strategic bombing? There are some very interesting figures, and they range from a very conservative estimate to highly unconservative estimates. For example, if we're talking about the German equivalent to the Mosquito, that was apparently prevented in construction entirely because the glue factory, which made the special laminate glue that was necessary for its construction, was blown up by the RAF. The fact is, my theory is if it had been that much of a priority project, there'd have been more than one factory building that and making that glue, you'd have thought. And secondly, you'd have thought they'd have got another one going, because making glue is difficult, but it's not impossible to replicate elsewhere quite quickly if you want to. Yeah, guy, Vanguard was specifically designed to make use of surplus and other available with World War I twin 15-inch Mannix. The other alternative would have been the 16-inch guns line it is based on. Hello, God's Hello, King George V. We don't know. PM me, Drak. He has my email, and I'll send a section to you. Thank you, I will do. That's right. The Ottoman versus Portuguese naval battles in the Indian Ocean. Anyone? I think there is. It's one of the ones which involves the Ottomans, the local, a local ruler's navy, and the Portuguese. It's one of the ones I'm looking at. No, sure. But if Rommel was up in Stalingrad because Germany had been unable to fight in Africa, they'd have significant additional resources to put towards Stalingrad. Mm-hmm. Andrew Campbell, pre-Spanish Armada, what do you think is the most important sea battle? As in the battle where the other way would have been most significant butterflies? Oh. Well, there are the various Chinese, Mongol and Chinese attempts to invade Japan. That's always a fun one, as in terms of having a long-term issues, but also... Oh... Lepanto has got to be a big one, because that's the Holy League versus the Ottoman Empire. But it's a strange battle as well. Let's see. What famous or important picture from history, actual photo, would you like to see fully reenacted scene of? Kind of picture come to life, but its entire moment in action. Probably the picture of Philip Vian hanging over the side of HMS Afridi, which I've got in my book, as apparently as they were going into a strike, and he was watching what was coming up. So sure, if the Hipper had been with the Spey, would the Iron send Renown or summer? They were sending Renown down there, and Ark Royal were going down there. So yes, they would have been. If it had been a twin cruiser hunter group, you would probably have found far more ships coming along. It would also probably been a different battle. Let's be honest. If you've got an 8-inch cruiser there like Hipper, which is okay, an inefficient design but a capable design, you probably A, have a slightly different Battle of the River Plate, and B, you have slightly different hunter groups. Because again, if it's a pair of cruisers down south, the RN's hunter groups are probably going to grow bigger. They're probably going to call in more ships more quickly. You might well have found you'd had Cumberland and Exeter, as well as Ajax and Achilles in the attack group. In which case, because Cumberland might not have been sent off to do her quick refit at the Falkland Islands, in which case you would have had 6 11-inch and 8 8-inch versus 14 8-inch and 16 6-inch guns, plus a lot of torpedoes. So it could have been an interesting fight. As the question would be whether the 6-inch ships concentrated, whether they concentrate, how the British divided their fire, and how they split up. I think you would still have. Hang on, that's quite interesting because they might do. Harwood's attack in that scenario could have been kind of interesting because he might have decided to go for two pairs, the 8-inch cruisers and the 6-inch cruisers as pairs. He could have mixed up the combos. Or he could have split up his 8-inch cruisers and have them attach the wings and have the 6-inches come up the rear. And do a sort of envelopment style operation which he had considered at one point. Either way, the Battle of River Plate gets very interesting, and the response gets even heavier. And the odds are, again, if there's a pair of cruisers down there, there is probably something heavier already down there. They were already operating at a certain point in the Mid-Atlantic, so you'd have probably had Renown and Ark Royal down there that much quicker. Between Shikaku and Yorktown, which cast a better design? Only in 1942. In 1942, I'd probably pick a Yorktown over a Shikaku. Mainly from operability reasons. Hello, Sean Quigley. Hello, Amber Franklin. How's your shop? Yeah, that answered that question. Most I think Rommel in Russia would have made the logistical situation worse than it already was. His habit of running ahead of his supplies would have caused him many problems in Russia. Yeah. Knight 6831. Hello, Knight. Hope you're well. Hope Laser Quest was fun. Was Hitler really that angry when he learned that Bismarck had sunk not from his aides but British press? Yes, he was storming. The French and British battlecruisers were all involved looking for the German raiders in the early part of the war. The French didn't have battlecruisers. The French had fast battleships, but they were not battle cruisers. Sure, wouldn't they try to give Henderson his time in the spotlight so they could throw him to the first seaboard after the war? He might. Well, it would depend how long the war went, whether he would go out there to command instead of Cunningham. And or Noble. He might have been sent out to replace Noble because he would have been more senior for that one. But the odds are if he does get sent, it will be a toss between him and Cunningham as to who would get sent out. And in 1938, which was the specific time you mentioned, that's the beginning of his illness. So if it happens in 1937, he definitely gets sent out. If it happens in 1937, he might not actually get ill. That's one of the strange things in reality of thing. He might not get ill, because I do sometimes wonder if the reason if he got the illness he did, which seems to be an evolutionary cancer, was going around all the dockyards and seeing and smelling all the chemicals he did. Reverend Dr. C, are you very well familiar with the D&D alignment system? If so, which do you think you and Draken are some of your favorite animals and hate animals? Not as I think I know what the D&D alignment system is. I seem to remember my other lovely grid square of good, evil, chaotic to chaotic to non-chaotic sort of thing. But I can't. I won't get into that one. Not at the top of my head at the moment. That's good. As far as I remember, the battlecruisers were more to stop the German raiders ever getting back to Germany instead of actively hunting them down in the South Atlantic. No, that's pretty much what the cruiser groups are for. The cruiser groups do the active hunting. They find them. They engage them. They damage them. Then the battlecruisers come in and go, bye-bye! That's pretty much the policy. It's not a nice policy, but it's brutally effective. Cunningham and Henderson were not that dissimilar at rank in 1937-38. Henderson would have outranked Somerville. So if Henderson had gone out as the carrier group commander, then he certainly would have. It wouldn't have been Lister because he would have been too junior at that point. So it would have been Henderson could have ended up as the, but it would probably have been Cunningham in command. Henderson, if he could well have been sent out as the carrier force commander, as he was the former rear admiral aircraft carriers anyway, and the carrier expert. As a vice admiral going out there to become the vice admiral aircraft carriers in charge of the carriers would probably have made sense, if not admiral in charge of the carriers. Frank's one, Dr. C, if the Iron Brew ran out and you and all your friends discovered last it was being hoarded in the Iranian embassy, I think you know the answer to that one. Alexander Simon, hello. Yes, the Seafire had bad visibility on landing, and the landing gear had too large a bounce on rebound. There are also serious issues with applying forward on arrestor pickup. All agreed, which is why the Seafire as it was. This is the trouble. You have the Seafire, which is the conversion to Spitfire to naval version, and you have the Seafire, which is the proposed name for this sort of gull wing, similar design to the Spitfire, but not the Spitfire because it's got a different airframe shape and it's got a gull wing and a slightly different canopy to give the pilot more view so they can land better and all those, and to give it a better airframe for landing on ship, which is in the late 1930s, sort of 1938-39 time to being developed. I think 15-inch guns do not make you a battle cruiser versus a battleship. Your design makes you a battle cruiser or a battleship. And I've been, as I said, 15-inch guns are perfectly fine for World War II. They're not, in World War One, 15-inch guns are probably the preeminent. In World War II, I would argue 14-inch guns are the entry level. 15-inch is viable and practicable. 16-inch is the desired. 18-inch is the, ooh, you go for something special. And that's, the real difference. For example, 1 hour and 20 minutes, 7:38. Yeah, I'm about an hour, I think, now behind you, considering it's 20 to 9 with me. No Betty's in 1938 even. Nope. Simon, what did you have for your Chinese takeaway the other night? Well, I managed to get one of the spring rolls. Only one. Yes, we have to order the gluten-free spring rolls so that my sister can have them. But we ordered 6 for 3 people, and I get 1. And I'm the biggest of the 3 people in the house in terms of height and, appetite. Go! But no, my luckily no one went after my smoked chicken. Or salt and pepper chicken. It's very nice. So much, and I forget, the Americans only had Langston, Saratoga, and Yorktown as large carriers, Enterprise on the way, and Wasp and Hornet 2 years out. Yep. So the Royal Navy would have been the leading carrier power for the Allies in that one. Frank Simon, does it? You and Drac don't ever happen to send BT's family rude letters in the mail by chance? No. Look, you should never hold children, grandchildren, or great-grandchildren accountable for what their predecessor did. And to be fair, The thing about Beatty is he never had a moment of doubt, and that's the problem. He never had a moment of doubt. He needed to have some moments of doubt. Second, declaring war on your allies while in combined fleet has negative effects on the survival of your fleet. Yeah. Amber Franklin, what would have happened if the codebreakers from Bletchley Park either didn't or it took them longer to break naval Enigma codes? It would have made it more complicated, but a lot of the naval warfare is based on traffic analysis, not necessarily breaking the code. This is a whole different thing. And it again goes on at Bletchley Park, and it's often forgotten. The code breaking is the really cool, sexy part of history, because it's amazing. It's, we broke their code. But the reality is a lot of naval effort, and including World War One, is based on traffic analysis, i.e., where are the signals coming from? What's the volume of traffic? Who is making the most noise? And that's the thing. The Royal Navy could always work out especially the German High Command, because they tend to have a habit of having how do I put this? Control freaks in charge, who send a lot of communications out, especially when they're trying to micromanage things. So that tends to work based on that one. But it's a case of it would be less precise, and it would take longer. It would be sort of, they'd be making more of a guesstimate rather than an estimate. But it would still be practical. So it doesn't really change the overall outcome if it takes longer, but it does probably change the nuance. If we're talking in terms of musical terms, it doesn't change the song, but it does change some of the it does change some of the words and the melody. This is Vox. How much of round certainly lives up to a name, but how much of a success is due to a design modulations and those of a prey, or a captain and crew being the maddest of the mad lads? To be fair, Renown and Repulse both have crews who are the maddest of the mad lads. If you want to use that phrase, and they do seem to get it as a whole. I think because they are battle cruisers, but they don't have the pressure of being Hood. So they get the people who really want to be in a battle cruiser. But yeah, her design modulations and versus her prey does help her. The Sunrise is releasing a Sailor's Odyssey, but it looks rather expensive. I'm not surprised, and it will be. But it's a good book to have. Tranquilly, would that allow Hitler to get more concessions as to what and when he can build without having people getting worried, i.e., the general public? So actually made the European war more difficult. Yes and no, because whilst he might get to build certain stuff, the French are still going to be worried about it. So, and also, as part of an alliance, there might well be a thing of pressure on him going, well, no, we don't need you submarines. So don't build them. You're not allowed to build them. But it's a case of, what do we want the Germans to build? Well, we quite like some destroyers. Not really need them, okay? What do you really need? The thing is, you have to ask in the alliance structure is, what do you really need the Germans to build? The Germans come along, but they then turn around and go, well, we need to build our fleet massively. Why? The Americans and British are in this battle. Why do you need to build it massively? You're here, you're taking part. Enjoy. And it could actually reverse their issue, because it could be a case of, well, actually, what's more efficient for our alliance is if you supply armor and this to the British and the American fleets, who are shipyards, who are able to build ships far more efficiently than you are. It could actually work the other way. Seneca Nero. The hours seem to have the same crew spirit in the 80s as before. That might have had something to do with the NCOs. It did. Geoguy. I see that. I agree Vanguard undergunned ships in relation to what was being built outside Europe, but they were intended to be built quickly with resources at hand. Lion would have had 16-inch. Yeah. Sure. When the French removed conscription from the army, the regiments started digging into their archives for some traditions. Brandon, Seneca, Shumack, yes, I'm at 7:40. I'm at the 7:42 mark, so I'm about an hour behind everyone. Constance, I'm trying to identify some initials of a British naval sub. I'm not 100% certain of the ship, but I have an idea. Any suggestions? Try and find the roster for that ship in the Key National Archives and hope it's been digitalized. Or get there to go and have a look at it. That's usually what I start with. Wait a second. Oh, kind of like my mum. That's not. That didn't. Yes, very much. Yeah, you're about an hour ahead of me. Yeah, Stafford, Sean, and Paul earlier, and Daniel are all moderators on the channel, as well as so people in blue on my screen are moderators. People in green are members, and Drax also a moderator, but he always shows up in purple when he's on my screen. I have no idea what that means. It could just be he has a specific color that comes up for him. Alfred BT28, hello. Yeah, I haven't seen you before this evening. No, hang on. Carl McGaswell, I missed your question. Were the British carriers hangars air conditioned? That helps a lot with wet balsa sea mozzies. They were able to dehumidify themselves. They did have some sort of internal management. Seawish, stones can't fold wings very well, only the tips, and since they are wood, who knows if possible. The Sea Mosquito did actually have modifications to fold its wings and actually could do it quite well, but they had to modify it, which included additions of pretty much steel plates, as I understand it. And so the wings, instead of doing that, did that. I think that's the plan they were talking about. In 1942, that was certainly a plan. So kind of outside of the engines. So again, the engines aren't folding out, but it's the wings themselves are folded back. It works to an extent. They were looking at doing that, but that would have apparently taken them too high. Alfred B2228, in the 1920s, there's a 10,000-ton limit. Could a 10-inch gun be made viable for cruisers, or would that rate of fire remain an issue? That's the trouble. A 10-inch gun. Here's the interesting thing: an 11-inch gun cruiser could turn to come existence, but probably not a 10-inch. So you could have had 12-inch gun cruisers. I could certainly see 12-inch gun cruisers if you have no treat limit. But the debate will be between a 9.2 and a 12-inch, and it'll be a case of 6-inch for scout cruisers, 9.2-inch probably for light cruisers, and 12-inch for heavy cruisers is probably where you end up with it. Because the firepower, because 10-inch has the same rate of fire as 12-inch, but 12-inch is a lot more powerful. Whereas 9.2-inch has a far vaster rate of fire, and you can probably get a treble turret on a decent ship. So you can maybe get 9 to 12. It folded up. Alexander Simone, yeah. By the end of the war, they were doing the double folds, so they were doing that, if I remember correctly. Initially, as they were looking at, when they were looking at 1942, it was going to go back, and then by 1944, 46, they had it doing that. So it became the Egyptian. If you don't know the song, it's Walk Like an Egyptian. So it's sort of... I'm a sea mosquito folded up. But again, it involved the addition of metal plates, if I remember correctly. I'm worried about how many people are blessing the holy Blackburn now, and I'm not sure that's good for me in view of argument of people saying I'm running a cult of the Blackburn. Richard Order, second question. What are your thoughts on D&D folding boat, but in sci-fi nanobot form rather than magic? 2, pure engineering, just a foldable boat, wood hinges, leather seals, and there's been lots of folding boats through history, and again, it depends on the quality of your builder and how well it works. But if you're experienced and trained enough, you can get a good boat out of it. Right. I think the fox is trying back there again. Back in a second. Foxy! You and I are getting far too close. What do you think? I swear that fox is going to become tame at this rate. I have no idea. I do not know. It was literally stuck, looking up at me going, "You're going to let me out? Again?" "Yes. But will you stop doing it? I put up obstacles so you cannot get there. I literally have chicken wire up now. And you still go down the freaking and get yourself caught. I'm going to have to figure out a way to stop it. I don't know. Right, let's see. Let's get back to questions. Well, it's a good thing you and Jackie aren't around at the same time. Me and Jackie Fisher could have a lot of fun. Ramboza, in commemoration of the Year of the Cruiser, can you recommend some reading? I'm going to be getting onto that at some point. I'm going to produce a book list. I'm going to put my the Year of the Cruiser reading list up on YouTube at some point. What is the RAFE for strategic planners? If they are a continental power looking to get spices from East and don't want a bloody nose over it, get the British to do it for you. Or the Dutch. But usually the British. They try with Venice, but, you know, doesn't work. Seawish, according to this link, only one fold in the Sea Mosquito wings, outboard of the prop's diameter. No, I'm fairly sure they did have 2 at the end, but yeah. When I have 40 minutes. 7:57, Frank Sputter. Thank you. I'm at 2 hours and 40 on the broadcast, so I'm an hour behind you all. Nice again. Dr. C, given the Hood's crushing tube spaces were to be fuel tanks, what would have replaced the crushing tubes? What would have been the capacity of those fuel tanks? How much range is increased? The range increase would have been quite significant, but the fuel tanks would have provided some ability to replace the crushing tanks, the crushing tubes, as they would have probably been. They might have been tubular tank construction, but probably reinforced tank construction. And honestly, they'd have probably that had them more subdivided. So basically, if it's hit, it's going to have it's going to have less of an impact because they wouldn't want to lose the whole fuel tank, large fuel tank. They prefer to divide it down. Take care, Jonathan Morrow. Thanks, Dr. If you're reading this and your voice still works, please get some air and run around for a bit. Oh. Anuk, well, as Andrew Campbell and Anuk are both talking about, yeah, institutional memory is a fundamental problem and lack of turbines. And as Anuk points out, Liberty ships had triple expansion engines due to lack of turbines. Yep. Strong quickly. Dr. C, was the lack of turbines what pushed the US destroyer escort program to adopt diesel these? Yes. It's basically, we don't have turbines. Old Richard, good point, OC. Shipyard schedules are in fact driven to a great extent by component delivery. Yep. Much good point. Turbines were the main bottleneck for vast warships. Why the vast majority of merchants were triple expansion, and why the Royal Navy had sloops designed which were all turbines pre-war, and then during war basically went, hang on, no, we have to go back to triple expansion engines because we don't have enough turbines to have our sloops being turbine powered. And they worked out how much power they needed, and then they adopted it for the Clarke class corvettes and the various classes of frigates and all the other ships which they built. Mm-hmm. See much, and close to half those triple expansions were burning coal, not oil. Yep. No, you mean Z? Yep. I think I said both of them. If I didn't mispronounce the name again, I'm sorry. So, HMS Trimclomley was built in India due to tree shortage in the UK. Were a lot of ships built in other colonies? No, India had more production than most. Mainly because, again, the quality of wood you get in India and the quality of production, they had good shipyards. They just hadn't built them to be building warships. Instead, they'd been hiring Europeans to do the fighting. Half the reason the princes hired the Europeans, they brought ships. They didn't have to do their own navy. They could concentrate all their manpower on their armies. And they had huge land borders to defend. It's the same scenario as you get in the Central Europe. It's basically a case of Britain needs a navy to defend India because, as far as Britain's concerned, everyone who's going to go after India is going to come for it by sea. But if you're a prince in India and you run a section of India, then you have a huge land border and a very small sea border to deal with. Alistair Shaw, when people want to try and rebuild Formula 1 F1 rocket engines, they realize that the bells couldn't be made because they are made by water explosion forming, and institutional knowledge of how to do that was lost. That wouldn't surprise me. That's right. TK has a great video about why Hitler started the war in 1929, and amounts to money reserves that were running dry, so he needed funds and resources from other countries. Pretty much, it is kind of like the Viking raidings and going a Viking. It is one of the world's largest robbing sprees. Sean Cogan, the question now is, what's the modern-day Sudetenland or Poland? Seems Kazakhstan has been won, or is in the process of being won right as we type. Andrew Campbell, what is your favourite old history story? Oh. Douglas Freeman's third HMS Renown, a Renown class battleship, HMS Revenge. I think, yeah. I like that. I like the story about that battle cruiser. That's a good one. I like there being a third Renown class for starters. Constraint, is there a good book or article on lock class? There is a very good book on the lock class, which is literally called the lock class. I've got it somewhere around here. I think it's in that pile. I build heavy cruisers that evolve from armor cruisers, so thick belt and at least 8 guns of 9.2 inch size, 4.5 to 5 inch secondaries, and 40mm AO of enough power to go 30 knots. We'd all like that. Sean Quigley, US hope Ukraine is not Cuba. We all hope Ukraine's not Cuba. Alpha B228. If the USN could have built all their New Orleans class cruisers as Wichita class cruisers, would they have possibly changed any outcomes? Ooh. Would they have changed any outcomes? And that's an interesting question. Would they have changed any outcomes? Depends how they're used. Again, the big problem for the US is actually the quality of their cruiser captains in the beginning of World War II. They have some good ones and some very bad ones. You know, as witnessed by the battle I was talking about the other night. That there was one good captain. One captain who went, this is a stupid game of larks. I'm going to start moving and zigzagging my ship around and avoid whatever's coming towards me. And the rest just don't do that. And honestly, you can sit there and go, yeah, you might get better as the war goes on, but really you weren't ready to be a cruiser captain. So I would say the biggest change the Americans can make is make sure their cruiser captains are all of the same quality, or at least similar quality. And I think, again, it's a problem with a navy which hasn't had the war experience the Royal Navy had got in the First World War, which had certainly blooded it to an extent and made it drop some of the practices it had developed pre-World War One, and even had kept over even the Fisher reforms hadn't got rid of. But it's more important that sort of you have to find a way to keep those experiences going. And peacetime can have an incredibly attritive effect on navies because they don't have the same peacetime armies do. Armies in peace can tend to have periods of reflection, can tend to be still doing some work, but concentrating more on garrison duties and training and exercises and those sort of things. Navies, peacetime becomes a lot more complicated than the war. Because in peacetime, they're not allowed to shoot at people to get them to do what they need to do. So they have to spend most of their time practicing diplomacy, presence, doing all sorts of what you would call conflict prevention and conflict management missions and maritime security missions. And very rarely do they have the same numbers they have in wartime. So, and honestly, you can say their tasking multiplies in peacetime versus wartime. So, you know, it tends to mean that they get less chance to practice the warfighting and the warfighting mentality. Which is why for the Royal Navy, if you look at it, the Royal Navy sort of realizes this, and they realize especially their cruisers are going to evolve this. And I would argue that's one of the reasons why they concentrate on making their destroyers feel like an elite in the interwar period. Because destroyers are the right size that they can use them to inoculate the aggression and the fighting spirit and the sheer will to win they need for fighting a war. And there is a distinct reason why, if you look in World War II, when you're looking at the Royal Navy's command structure, you are basically seeing destroyer officer, destroyer officer, destroyer officer, destroyer officer, destroyer officer, destroyer officer, and they're going up the ranks very rapidly. But also, destroyers are great for them to test out officers at captain rank to see if they can do force command. Because a captain in destroyers will be running a flotilla of 8 or 9 ships. And you can see how they coordinate that flotilla and how well they do. So it's a good way of testing them out to watching whether they can actually command a task group, can actually do the admiral's job. Because it's the closest position you have to it without things you're worried about losing a lot of. Sage Owens, hey, thank you for the super chat. What would the Royal Navy in 1959 look like if it suffered from no delays or other issues with its weapons development? E.g. the 4.5-inch gun, quad 6-inch act. You would probably have had a few more of the Edinburgh subclass of the towns built. You'd probably be looking at about 6 of those in construction at various points. You might still only have 2 ready, but you'd have more in construction. You'd have everything from the tribals onwards having 4.5s. and you might have had a retrograde for arming of it, you would probably be looking at the C class, etc., being fitted with double 4.5s, especially as they were developing double 4.5 mounts, and you might have even had the 4.5s replacing the 4-inch mounts because they could do high angle fire. So you might well be looking at your cruisers having the 4-inch, 4.5s instead of the 4-inch, which could affect things in some of the battles because they'd have a dual purpose weaponry secondary and a 6-inch primary. And again, for the counties, a dual purpose secondary. So double 4.5s could be on pretty much everything. It could even affect battleship design. Mm-hmm. Very sorry, I'm dying to see. I think you are the pink energizer bunny. Occasionally. There's a Fox. If SS Titanic survives a much more minor hit of the iceberg, would she be used in World War I and World War II? And did information learned from a sinking affect warship design? Not really affected warship design because they're already more subdivided and compartmentalized than than merchant ships anyway. But if she survives, it might have an impact on how quickly people adopt the metal horizontal. What do you call it? Brain engage. Bulkhead. But the sort of the deck bulkhead. But yeah, would she use the Model 1? Probably as a fast liner for troop transport in both those wars, because I don't really see her being used as an AMC, our merchant cruiser, because frankly she is, while she's fast, she's very expensive to run. And the Royal Navy very quickly get rid of the very fast and expensive to run ships because they are expensive to run and they cost a lot. She might be upgraded to oil powered during the interwar years, and so she could be really fast by the time it goes to World War II. Richard Orta. Japanese carelessness my big three allies each get full plans of Yamato, each deciding to secretly build off the design. How do they do it with their own native tech and industry? What do they build it? Big three allies. We see the biggest navy of the big three in World War II are the Royal Navy, the US Navy, and the Canadian Navy in that order during World War II. Very quickly after World War II, the US Navy overtakes the Royal Navy. But the Royal Navy has a lot of residual mass and does a lot of building up. Also, it depends on how you add up the sums. But just about, they're still the largest navy until roughly 1946 in total size. I think there are certain areas where the USN has more ships than the Royal Navy does, but the Royal Navy has more ships in other areas. Anyway, so that's your three. I don't see the Canadians doing anything, so let's go to a power which does have it, which would be the French. The French can't do anything. The French don't have the industry to match them. What do the Royal Navy and the Americans do? The Americans probably go, right, and we're going to build a 16-inch. We're going to build the Montanas and build them as quickly as we can. So the super duper Montanas get built as quickly as they can. They put their efforts into them, probably over the Iowas. The Royal Navy, well, they probably both respond by accelerating production of Lions, maybe at the expense of the King George V's. But they also maybe react by getting their 18-inch gun designs and work from the 1910s out of mothballs and wherever it's been doing, it's sitting in theoretical study points and working on it, because I'm fairly certain they were working on a battleship grade gun at that point, and they might well then build their own 18-inch battleship to match the Yamato. What do I see her being armed with? Probably 9 guns in 2 treble forwards and 1 treble aft. And basically imagine something like a King George V or Lion bigger, because that would fit it. But that's going to be if the Royal Navy judges the Lions aren't going to be enough. And the thing is, the Americans probably concentrate on the Montanas because that makes sense. And the RNs might try and make the Lions into 12, 16 inch guns. They might not. They might go the same route as the Americans with the 16-inch guns because they've got that available. Especially if they've got treble turrets, just go right and we'll put 12, 16-inch. Because that is the difference. This is going to sound strange, but the difference in range between the 18 and 16-inch isn't that much. But if you have enough, because of the rate of fire difference between the 16-inch and the 18-inch, which is actually quite a bit, and because of the number of turrets and number of guns you can actually carry, which can increase the number of shells, the RN might take the same philosophy, and the USN will certainly be forcing this philosophy of 16-inch guns. We can do the same with like we're doing with the Sound class versus an 8-inch cruiser. We're going to spam them with 16-inch shells. So probably it's 16-inch gunships. Probably it's the Lions and the Montanas. But yeah, they're going to have panics. And of those two, only one has 18-inch guns in design, 18-inch gun history, which actually is viable to build from at that point. Shomak, rapid building capital ships. I think both R and US and miss a trick here. You can have a bunch of turrets from Washington territories that you keep building for where's the next part of your question? Shomak, for powerful coastfall like Fort Drum. Unfortunately, after numerous unforeseen issues, the forts are cancelled and turrets are put in deep storage, and then you just happen to use them to make capital ships. That's certainly an option. That's certainly one option. There's a Foxo. What breeds are your fluffy research assistants, and are they the second the cutest dogs in the world? Just behind my two, of course. They are the cutest doggos in the world, and I have a party standard poodle and a corgi. Mitchellite, RN, every carrier becomes a Malta. USN, fine. Every one of our carriers becomes a Midway. Royal Navy goes, fine. We're both happy. Neither of us is upset in this scenario. For sure, somewhere, a time traveler's watching this and taking notes. The cue is the good doctor's evil laughter coming out with the good ideas. Malta is complete. I can only imagine. So in my plan, in my opinion, the plan will take a chance at that point of just saying, that's always the worry. Hello, Jane. Adfab, what do you think of Bob Work's view that forward presence is breaking the US Navy? You see, I would say Bob Work is a bit late to this party because I've been saying something similar for a while, but actually my point has been that trying to do everything with the Arleigh Burkes is what's breaking the US Navy, and you had to do forward presence with the Arleigh Burkes, and then you built the Freedom and Independence class LCS, and they can't really do the job. So basically, you've needed the Constellation class for a while. And I would say it's a lack of frigates which is breaking the US Navy, because it means you're having to do every single job with the Arleigh Burkes. And the Arleigh Burkes can't do every single freaking job. Because you haven't built enough of them, even though you built more of that, you spam more Arleigh Burkes than anything else. But B, it's too expensive. And it's not giving times for the Arleigh Burkes to do what they need to do. This is why you have the smaller, cheaper ships. This is the thing the US Navy has always been bad at, having small ships. They've always been bad at it. Their small ship program has always been a problem. You know, they are very lucky they have the Fletchers. They're very lucky they have the 4 stackers, because honestly, both of those designs, if you look at how the US Navy was treating them, were not loved by by their equivalent of the Admiralty. They don't want. They always want the bigger ship, and you need those ships. You need those smaller ships. And this is what's happened. The US Navy, it's not forward presence. Forward presence is a necessary thing. It's a necessary evil for deterrence. If you don't have forward presence, you're not there on time. Because ships are not jets. They don't fly there and Mac whatever. And the trouble is, again, jets aren't jets because, yes, I can fly this aircraft very fast. Where are you basing it from? Well, we're going to have to base it from this airfield, which is in which allies' territory? And are they going to let you do that in emergency and react to that? Because they might decide that we're closer and we're going to get fragged on your behalf here. So this is why you need the ships, and this is why you need the forward basing ships. But it's going to sound strange, but what the Arleigh Burkes need to be is they need to be the major presence ships, or you need, as I talked about before, a Zumwalt-based cruiser or something as a major presence ship. You need one or two of them on station, and therefore 4 back home, and that's what you need there. And they need to be supporting 4 or 5 Constellation class, which are doing the meat of the work. We go back to the Royal Navy on the China Station. There are 3 or 4 cruisers. Great. There are a dozen or so sloops, a dozen or so gunboats, which are all doing the sort of duties, and there are about another dozen destroyers as well. So yeah, they have the 4 cruisers there. They look pretty, but they're the big status ships. That's not a strain on the Royal Navy to stick 4 cruisers in that area, especially when those cruisers can take time for maintenance and other things, because they don't need to be called out every 5 seconds, because there are other ships which are perfectly capable of going and doing the job. And half the trouble with the LCS is it hasn't been designed to do the job. Okay, what do you need spaces? You can talk about the LCS to make it be able to do the presence mission. Well, for starters, the LCS has been so much designed around speed and modularity, but has failed most. It has lost its image. And that's part of the problem, the image battle for a presence mission ship. The LCS has been considered... it's one of the most difficult things to explain when you're talking about presence as a mission, is the X factor of a ship involved. A tribal class could do it almost as well as a cruiser, probably better than a Dido class cruiser could, because the image of the tribal class was that these were the preeminent tough Royal Navy destroyers, the elite of the elite. It was the Royal Navy made sure everyone knew it. So when a tribal turned up, that was a status unit turning up. It wasn't a capital ship status unit. Okay, it's not a county class cruiser, but it's a tribal class destroyer. So it has status. That is a thing you have to work on. And one of the things the Royal Navy does very carefully is they suppress some of the issues, which I do mention in my book, which come from the beginning of the tribal class procurement program. They have problems with making sure the guns are stabilized properly and all sorts of things, which they have to fix, because they're using a new double mount, which they haven't used before, and it's got issues. And they got 4 of them. But they get it right. They get it fixed. But it's all kept very quiet. No one hears about it. I read all sorts of books. It wasn't mentioned. I go to the archives up in Tyne and Wear, Newcastle archives, and I find this whole document written by Vickers going through the problems they had to fix them. And that's the only document. I haven't found the document in National Archives. I haven't found the document anywhere else. But I found this document, and I put it in, and I mentioned it because it matters. But it is kept very, very quiet. And in fact, this is what also explains some of the conservatism in the tribal classes around, in that they don't want them to have these issues. They want to big them up, so they need to have minimal issues, so they don't come up. And that is the point, again, a point with the Royal Navy cruiser design. It's one of the reasons why they don't go for the quadruple 6-inch over the treble 6-inch turret for the Edinburghs, because they're worried it's not going to work that well and it will look bad. And remember, the town class are there fill-in high status cruisers until they work out how they're going to replace the frickin' counties, because they're not sure what they're going to replace them with. Mm. The Clarke. What would an AB turret 30 knot passenger look like in Old Manual? It seems a worthwhile what if cruiser episode for 2022. It could be an interesting ship. I'll have to think about it. Come on, Cameron. The danger of Drac taking the ground fleet is he may mistake you for Beatty and him just ordering the fleet to open fire on your ship. No, I would have told him I'm in command, and that would have been one of the first messages I sent. Yeah, excuse me, Admiral. There is a very healthy young officer here named Somerville. Perhaps he could fill the communication booth for you. Unfortunately, by that point, if it's just before Jutland, he's off doing that role in the Dardanelles, so he's not available. But I'm sure there's someone who's viable there. Derp Scott, we don't fight over dogs because they look up to us. We don't fight over cats because they look down on us. We fight over pigs because they are equals. I'm not getting into that one. Mayor Sharatsky, why wars over pigs? Ham, bacon, ribs, ribs. Mm. Hmm. Hang on, what is an aircraft carrier version of a monitor? Hmm. An SSGN? Decision. Going back in time to Jutland is too late to solve the problem in the battlecruiser fleet. You want to go back early enough to replace the flash doors. I want to go back early enough to get them to do some gunnery practice. That's for sure. I mean, if you were a German staff officer, would you tell Hitler that the British have sunk the Bismarck? No. I'd tell his dog. When he might survive. And Frank, obviously, what are some good cheatings the UK did? Not a single Triber class destroyer met the tonnage limitations. I'm fairly certain in that one. Not every single one of the British ships used that's designed from Nelson Rodney onwards uses water as armor. Most of the modernizations involve water as armor. There are all sorts of things. There's the county class, which miraculously have armor plates that appear that they're exactly the right fitting, and suddenly they go from being riding quite high in the water to riding at a sensible height for their hull. It's amazing. Basically, the RN cheated by making the rules fit their needs, as Alistair Shaw said. Naval, I wonder if the carrier went over the submarine forwards first, then reversed over it to see what it was. I'm not quite sure, but they did have fun. Yep. All right. I'm at 8:24 by my watch, so I am an hour behind. Dogs will eat almost anything. Best way to test me is fresh. Is to try and give it to a cat, unless it's some poor homeless one. No, my dogs are selective. They're used to good quality food, and they will not eat it. Yeah, but apparently my dog. Apparently it was bad enough. My dog turned his nose up at it. Let's put it this way: I tested it with the fluffy research assistant, the poodle, not the corgi. I have to admit, Zebedee, Tafra is far more. How should I put this? Food than Raleigh, who is far more. I'll take my can of tuna, please. You almost made me shoot my coffee out my nose for your reaction to the food, as I'm used to the same thing. My dog. Is this bad, Buffy? Oh, you don't want it. Okay, guys. Yeah, you have to be selective of which dog you use. I will say that one. Gordon Smith, still drinking your way through 36 pints of milk. We're down to just 12 pints. And seeing as both girls have been ill, and so that meant the one who has tea and coffee has been having far less tea and coffee, which actually has normal milk in it rather than soy milk. That's mostly been down to me. Senator, what was the most outdated ship when it was launched in the age of steam and steel? Our most outdated ship? Probably some of the merchant ships, but I'm not going to argue which is which one. But some of the merchant ships built were probably pretty much outdated. I'm talking warship wise. Abaca and Creasy were pretty out of date even when they were built. Colin Cameron, in 1946, Vanguard and Iowa arrived in. If 1946 Vanguard and Iowa arrived in 1905 Plymouth with all training and repair manuals. After having apoplexy at an eye of the French building bigger than the UK, I'm presuming there is a second part of this question, Colin. And the gun's only going up 4 inch. What does Jellicoe build? Oh, good lord. I'm fairly sure the 18-inch Agincourt gets built at that point. And the Royal Navy's battle dreadnoughts probably go massively. In 1905, then Fisher's in charge. So a 20-inch gun version of Incomparable with actual armor probably gets built. Adfam, long-term naval battle effects, Salamist. Western civilization may have been quite different if Greece was part of Persia. Yeah, I have a feeling the Romans would have still ended up fighting them and winning. Because by the time the Romans turn up, the Persians, or what's left of the Persian Empire, is not that great. I'm not getting into that one, Steve. I didn't short circuit Stafford. That's for sure. How did Henderson die? Cancer is pretty much what we're fairly certain of. But there's a dispute as to the actual core type. Frank's Dr. What can you say about HMS Princess Royal? It seems that she is almost always passed over amongst battlecruisers when talking about them. She's a pretty ship. The trouble is she's an in-between ship, so she doesn't get the attention. She's a sort of repeat, but not quite repeat, and that's happens to the battlecruisers. And she, by the time she doesn't get her time in the sun as being a flagship because Tiger. Dr. C, do you think we should change the definition of what it takes to become an ace? Why keep it at 5 even today? I think that's just tradition now. Richard Rodford, lawful, good, neutral, evil. Neutral, good, neutral, evil. Chaotic, good, neutral, evil. Correct? Yes, that is the set. Lawful, neutral, chaotic. Jennifer, the Iron lost a rather painful number of senior animals in the 7-year period of the late 1930s and early 1940s. They did. It was rather disturbing. As sure, what if Admiral Lee is in charge of Battlecruiser Fleet at Jutland? If he's been in charge for long enough, then you can guarantee their gunner is going to be a lot better. Mm. Perhaps they only gave you one because they're concerned about your beam and its effect on the draft of your kayak next season. To be fair, my beam is going down. Not as fast as I'd like, but it's going down, and it's going to go down more quickly now. I have my car and I can get to the. How do I put this? There are two gyms, one within 10 minutes walk, and one within about 5 minutes drive of me. The 5 minutes drive one has free parking, and usually has less people at it because it's in a slightly less densely populated area. The one which is 10 minutes walk is in the pretty much the same. Well, let's say 15 minutes walk actually, probably. Is in the centre of Epsom, and it's lovely, but the parking is extortionate, and it's always packed. I never go in and it's empty. And I don't like being in a gym with a load of people who are just sitting there pontificating. I prefer to be in a gym which everyone in there is quietly getting on with what they want. I'm one of those people who finds it really annoying when there are the gentlemen, usually guys, in the weight section. And you can always tell them. They're A, picking up the weights badly, i.e. not in the correct manner. They're going to hurt themselves. And B, they're picking up weights which are too heavy for them. They haven't done the prep and haven't built up the body mass to pick up weights that heavy. And you can always tell them because I'm going, ah! Ah! And he's sort of going, if you were an Olympic weightlifter and lifting that amount of weight at the Olympic weight level, I could accept you making that freaking noise. But you are lifting, and I quote, 80 kilograms. Shut up. And then they drop it down and going, ooh, and you're sort of going, and there is part of me sometimes which wants to go over there, pick it up one-armed, and just go, please, place it down carefully. You might break your feet. But I don't. I leave them be. And I know my limits. I'm not a superstar when it comes to the bench press and the free lifts and all those things. I'm fairly good. I have to, for one of my jobs, I have to be able to lift certain proportions of my body weight, and I have to be able to do certain things and a certain number of pull-ups and push-ups and a certain number of exercises, and have to be able to run a certain distance on a treadmill and all sorts of things. And I can do all that, and I do my best to maintain it. I have to admit, I did dip a bit during COVID, but I've managed to, when I've gone back to the gym, I've managed to reach all those. I'm still overweight for what I'd like to be and for that role, but I'm losing the weight slowly, and I'm getting there. And the trouble is, probably I'm losing the weight slowly because I'm also converting some of that fat to muscle, and muscle is denser than fat, so it's probably. Let's put it this way: the tummy's shrinking down slowly, but the other stuff is building back up. But that's life. So I prefer, and this is probably bouncing around, to do the 5-minute drive to the gym which has less of those people by a significant margin, and actually has quite a large number of, let's put it this way, veterans who are amputees who tend to go into that gym. And they tend to be very professional, very quiet, and you don't also have the other issue, which I find really annoying in gym, is when you see girls just having their gym, they're fine, they're happy, and usually their younger men decide to go up to them and go, all that stuff. So you're going, that girl has just come to the gym to exercise with her pals. She is not approaching you, not looking at you, not engaging you in any way, shape, or form. Leave her alone. And again, I've had issues in gyms, especially sort of sometimes over the years, because I go to the gym quite a lot, and so you see this and you go, and especially if you're a regular, it's going to sound strange. People pick up on who you are. And in one of the gyms, in the gym I actually go to early, when that did happen, there were a couple of my mates who are the veterans, amputees, in their chairs doing their weightlifting. There's me on the treadmill. And suddenly, I get three girls along with me. So going, okay, they've appeared in my peripheral vision. They're there. They seem to be having fun. Carry on. And suddenly I got a guy tapping me on the shoulder. I'm going, oh, why are you? Well, mate, you aren't looking at those honeys. I'd like to be there. I ain't moving, and bugger off and leave me alone. Excuse the French. Well, no. And then he starts going up, and because the gentleman in charge of the gym wasn't doing much, it ended up being a case of, well, he one of my veteran friends had an accident with his wheelchair and ran over his feet, just completely by mistake. The guy ended up hopping out the room. But, it's so I prefer to go to the quieter gym. I'm less likely to run into those two things which really bug me in gyms. I haven't taken Drac with me to the gym yet. I imagine if I took Drac to the gym, he and I would have similar reactions to that sort of thing. And also, I can imagine his reaction to the people doing the weights. Oh. Vintage Guy Street. To what extent is Iron Brew a requirement for success in naval historiography? It's not a requirement, but it is certainly a benefit, considering I know a certain professor who also drinks it. Dub Scott, read traffic analysis. The methodology of traffic analysis is the only bit of the Bletchley Park operations that is still kept as a state secret. Only bit still in use too. Right, only in terms of battleships, was the raid on Alexandria worse VR in late 41 than the Italian in Taranto late Italy in Taranto late in the 40? Not really, because the British have more to use. It was more annoying for the Mediterranean. It disrupted a lot of other operations because they had to cover it. Paul from Chicago. How at the Glorious 1st of June was exhausted going into battle. If not being worked to death prior to battle, how much better does the RN do? There's only so much that can be done, especially in the age of sail, the communications by an admiral. So once you set the course of the battle, it's what's going to happen. But you might have had slightly better positionings. Might have had. But unlikely. And it might have then worked out slightly better, but might not have done. So, in my rebuild, the entire army for World War II, what would you have built for battle cruisers, heavy and light cruisers? Probably replace battle cruisers with the Lions, honestly. And as I said, the heavy and light cruisers. Well, I divided that one up. I'm gonna span out towns. Upon ending, good evening, Doc. Thanks for helping my essay. Pleasure. Just student, if you were sent back in time to 1885 and became First Sea Lord, what would you do to avoid the culture which caused Camperdown? I'd probably, let's see, 1885. You're talking 1885. Do you mean Coronel? And if we're going to avoid Coronel, well, if I'm going to avoid Coronel, then I'm going to, how do I put this politely? Build some decent armored cruisers, and lots of them. And there wouldn't be any of those, oh, we're going to have 6-inch guns things on an armored cruiser. No, if I'm making an armored cruiser, it's not going to be dependent upon spam. It's going to be dependent upon... It's going to have some spam capability, don't get me wrong, but it's going to have some long-range hidden power, because it's a freaking armored cruiser. But if it's 1885, if it's a Camperdown, then that's a lot earlier. That's, what, 1797? Something like that. And Camperdown was a victory. Except, Scott, you can do a lot knowing transmissions are coming from. A lot of transmissions between Berlin and Wilhelmshaven, followed by a lot of unanswered from Wilhelmshaven. You can. That is true. And plus, as someone's already pointed out, you can do. There is a few other options you can do. There is a with the traffic analysis, as someone's pointed out, you can learn who the transmitters are. You can start to work out who's transmitting what they're. Different transmitters will have different sort of patterns, and the Wrens especially were very good at picking up who the different people were, and they gave them nicknames. Vintage car history. I'm guessing that my vintage history book proposal and chapters are really bad, and you're trying to figure a way to politely tell me that give it up and take a new hobby. No, VCH. If you're still listening, because I realised that was about an hour ago, and I'm about 50 minutes behind, then I will tell you this. It's very, very good. But, and this is my honest response to anything, as Stafford Thompson will tell you, I take my time to respond. And I haven't responded to some of his because he kept sending me more. And so I built it up. And I'm about 2 months away probably from responding to his actual stuff because he's given me such a huge pile. I'm trying to write through and provide a fulsome response. And in your case, it's probably going to be another couple of weeks because I am trying to make sure I'm providing detailed stuff. And I have actually ordered a book to come to me because I want to check out what some of the stuff you're saying and make sure you've got the right sources and archives. Because I think you have got, but I've got a good book coming, which is basically an archive list book, which actually Professor Andrew Lambert recommended to me when I asked him, talked about the project to him, because Andrew Lambert is a vintage car nut. Sorry, Andrew. He does like to rebuild classic cars and work on them, and that's one of his hobbies. So I asked him for advice on what to advise you, and he recommended a book I get. So that book's coming, and then I'm going to respond to you once I've managed to read that book and read yours again. So it's probably going to be up 2 weeks before responding. I take my time. I do apologize for that, but I'm usually juggling multiple things. But I always say, as long as people don't mind waiting, what I hope to provide is good quality and helpful. Yeah, I can see why one might get the impression of a cult. Yeah. Richard, watch the fox become a new fluffy research assistant. Oh. G.D. Doc, what was this August the 1st, 1987 news item about? During the past few weeks, 100 deserters have been listed and advertised from the battleship Minnesota, one of the warships in Hampton Roads. Suggests to me that suggests to me there's a gold rush going on. The U.S. Navy is being short of people. Frank's mind, I want to see. Was there an HMS Fox? I think there was. Yes. I think there was actually even an HMS Flying Fox. For some reason, I've got them in my head. Seneca, which admiral would have liked the ship that was named after him the most? Oh, Nelson. He'd loved the all-forward gun arrangement. He would have loved that. G-Sing, on second thoughts, how angry was Jackie Fisher at our and staff over the Dreadnought hoax? It's what I'm thinking of, very. How did the Doctor get an hour behind to begin with? Because you ask a lot of questions and I love them, and I'm trying to give you proper answers to all of them. Hello, Dan Freeman. Oh. Sean Cook, let's see. What else? Anyone else seen the most recent news of the US Navy saying that they are getting closer on fusion power and able to make a space-time weapon? Oh, goodness gracious me. They'll keep trying to do it. Joseph Atkins, are there any good books you'd recommend on the US that follow US cruiser development? Basically anything by Norman Friedman. Let's see. Will you cover any of the cruisers that Argentina beat before World War II? Not in the not currently scheduled in that. I might add in a cruisers of South America if someone suggests it for the for those 4 days. Hmm. I'm sorry, to an extent. Vintage car shoot. LH Pomeroy made quite the run to make the Vauxhall the standard Royal Navy staff car instead of Rolls Royce or Daimler. He definitely tried it. Sean Quigley. Seems World War II US Navy had trouble leadership all the way up the chain. Example, in addition to cruiser command, submarine commanders, very conservative. Dan Freeman, Treaty Cruisers by Leo Marriott. Available Kiln. Also, Warships Out of Washington and Warships Out of London by John Jordan. All good. But I would recommend the Norman Freeman ones. My number options. It's in 1941, and every illustrious class carrier is in this timeline are of the audacious class. Same size, capacity, hangar, height. Sea cattle, so sea mozzies, sea fires, sea hurricanes, swordfish, fulmar, available in sufficient numbers. How do you make up air groups? Once in the Pacific, how deadly would that air group be? And USS Robin still happens. Oh, and just to make hypothetical completely unfair to everyone who isn't British, by July 1942, the RN has wing-mounted rockets. That's fairly evil, but I'm fairly fairly certain if I have sea mozzies and sea fires, well, I don't really need full Mars, and I don't need sea hurricanes, so I can get rid of them. The only thing I do need is torpedo bombers, and if I have swordfish instead of albacores, they'll do fine for that. So swordfish are filling my torpedo bomber role, and probably my air group is made up of 18 mozzies, 18 sea fires, and 18 swordfish. I can fit that on in pretty much each of those carriers, because that gives me an air group of 54. If I can get them up to 24 of each of the fighters, I will do. So between 54 and 66 aircraft per fighter, because 24 sea mozzies and 24 sea fires would do a lot of nasty things. And in the Pacific, that air group would pretty much dominate, because you could hand over reconnaissance duties to your mozzies, in which case they would do the strike and probably the cap air defense, and probably night fighter as well, because they have radar, so they might help guiding in things. And then you have the swordfish as well for the torpedo strikes. Evening, Ollie. Oh, for example, let's see. Did the cruisers have ram bells? Some did. Second, how would a Napoleonic fleet reactivate in its shells line near it? Ouch. Let's see. What stream cover the Falklands? I haven't scheduled one for the Falklands yet. But yet. True student, small ships doesn't like small cars. The US culturally doesn't get them. I'm not sure about that. Well, sometimes, for example, the Fletchers, they do produce good ones, but it's usually it seems to be sometimes by accident. I'd agree, Alistair Shaw. Uh, Ollie, just give everyone a grand. Not sure about that one. Managing Road. In real life, wasn't penetration on US 16-inch 50 cal Mark 7 roughly equal to the 46, 45 Type 94? Roughly, yes, roughly. We'll go for roughly. Only 20 Constellation class are planned. No, only 20 are ordered at the moment. They'll probably be ordering a lot more, and we've been talking with various people now. I'm reckoning they're probably going to end up about the 40 mark. And how many Type 26s, 31s, and 32s do the RN actually need? Well, I would be if I had my way, we'd be getting at least 12, 6, and 6. At least 12, 6, and 6. And preferably I'd get 12, 9, and 9. Or 15, 9, and 9. Or 18, 9, and 9. But, yeah, we're getting 8, 5, and 7. Probably. Maybe 8, 5, and 8. And as you do, okay, I was distracted. What was this about Dr. C being Commander Drac? Yeah, as said earlier. But the question was, what would if we do if Drac and me went back and took over the Grand Fleet and the Battlecruiser Fleet? Which one would be in charge of which? And I decided because Drac is better at maths than I am, he should have the Grand Fleet. Frank Spanner, let's see. You once mentioned that the tribals carried more torpedoes than the tubes installed. Yes. Let's put it this way. I can never find a document which says so. But I have which says they carried more. But I have found lots of documents which list them as firing 7 or 8 torpedoes at targets in various runs. Their favorite one is to launch 2, then launch a spread of 3, then launch another spread of 2, so that's 7, or to launch a 3, a 2, and another 3, and that's 8. And it's a case of, where are these extra torpedoes coming from? They're obviously reloading them, and they're obviously storing them somewhere on the ship. But it's one of those things is, they got them, they're using them. No one seems to talk much about them because I think they're not supposed to be carried because I don't think they have a proper space for them. But they found a way of storing them, and they basically most destroyer commanders are going, we have torpedoes, we ain't giving them up. Sean Quigley, not cheating if you don't get caught and nothing in the treaty says you can't be prepared for that treaty to be broken. I can't believe you're suggesting Aaron would ever be caught cheating over the treaties. They would never be so stupid as to let themselves be caught. Yeah. Sean Quigley, I'd like to have a cat here. She likes naval history. Therefore, she is now officially a ship's cat. Now have to buy a ship for the cat. That's good. RN tries to look innocent. Nice agreement. RN fails abysmally as they have to find a dictionary to work out what innocent means. Ryan, I think I have run out of Iron Brew. So technically I'm finishing up the questions, but, you know, we'll see how many I can get through. If the fox is back again, I am going to... Frank's on, see, in what year does the HMS Warrior become obsolete compared to HMS Dreadnought? Probably about 1880, whereas HMS Dreadnought probably becomes, when I say obsolete, I mean of no use militarily. Whereas Dreadnought probably, I would argue that by 1915, she is definitely not something you want in the front line of the fighting. But she still has use, so she could probably carry on being useful until about 1918, but you really wouldn't want her to take on something like Hood or anything like that. But she could be a convoy escort. You know, she could still do the R-class role from World War II. Going back to an what the Henderson died from. From my look in the records publicly available, I wonder if he might have been heart failure and then AF and then a stroke. Potentially. Hello, MC Legend 13H. Take care, Stafford Thompson. IO2. Hello. What changes do you think the KGB would have had if the RN decided that with everyone else cheating treaties, they would secretly add 3,000 tons extra displacement? Speed! We know that. The RNs would have gone for speed. They would have added more speed. And I do have Foxy. I'm fairly sure from the noise. Still caught again. If it's the same, Lady Fox, caught again, I'm going to decide she's stalking Zebedee. Maybe Raleigh, but probably Zebedee. He looks most like a fox. Hello, what are you up to? Seriously, Foxy Maloxy. Seriously. Oh, caramba. Definitely after Zebedee. That's the only explanation I can have for it. Right. Frank Swallow, Dr. C, what is the RAFE for strategic plans? They permanent built only subs and carriers. They're only building subs and carriers. They're not building escorts. Then you need a good ASW force, and you need something to kill the carriers. And probably that's your own subs. Because if they ain't got escorts, then, you know. No, sorry, gentlemen. Okay. As opposed to gentlemen who are women. I was being classified by calling them I was actually deferring calling them gentlemen to usually guys. In my experience, a gentleman doesn't do that. Yeah. Yeah. Why is the word bloody? I swear, I'm not sure, but it is sort of one. Sean quickly, someone needs to make a replica of original fully rigged ship into a floating gym. That's a week-long intensive training weeks and drag as a ship cooks with recipes. That's good, but just don't let him run the bar. Don't let him run the bar. MC Legend 30H. What if Operation Rheinberg, Bismarck, and Prince Eugen had set out with Scharnhorst, Neisser, and Tirpitz? How would the Royal Navy respond? Well, you know that big fleet which ends up hunting down Bismarck? That big fleet would have been massed together to hunt them down. Either way, they'd have been dealing with a large force. I might have curled up to some extent. What was the level of investigation into the magazine explosions at Jutland? Huge. Being a 1900 pilot, huge. They did a massive. They did a whole lot, all sorts of investigations into that. Frank, what is the RAFE for strategic planners if they quickly recognise the ironclad fillets will evolve into the steel age and decide to wait for that when attack comes around? Then they have a problem because if they're not doing the massive iron building that ironclad does, they won't have the infrastructure to build the steel when they need it. Going through the ironclad age gives you the infrastructure for the steel age. You need to find another way to replicate that infrastructure. I think Camperdown means the ramming of HMS Victoria by HMS Camperdown. Well, if it meant that, then you need to actually start inculating an idea of if your ship survival comes first, and you start operating a process that captains will not be prosecuted for not following an admiral's order exactly, as long as they follow the spirit of the order. If they think they need to preserve their ship. I try with my DMs, but I get a lot of them, and you know how long it takes me to respond to things. BT was very good at politics of self-promotion. B-19 Empire, a real black mark on the Royal Navy that had an exclamation point placed upon it by the hood, also blowing up under fire from German capital ships. To be fair, I'm fairly sure Drac is right about that being a very lucky shot. Discord, I live not too far from HMS Flying Fox, more a brick frigate than a stone one. Frank Spider, I once heard that the sinking of Hood was 1,000 years in the making. Not sure where they had that coming from, but I guess the first was supposing history is determined. Any thoughts? No, it's not. I love the point about Hood, but it's not that one. One of the good points about Tom Phillips of 4C was that he rejected the initial inquiry into loss of Hood for being inadequately thorough and getting a better one done. Frank, was there a more specific operational role for each batch of UKDDs in World War Two? Not to an extent. They are mostly general purpose destroyers, but it depends on what level of destroyer you're talking about. The Hunt class were escort destroyers, so they were mainly for convoy work and escort and anti-submarine warfare work. Then the fleet destroyers and then the large fleet destroyers are your two groups. Steve Winnish, in 1942, gonna wish you went with the Avengers. The good old days are over. Yeah, but you're probably still doing launching and night strikes. So the good old days are over in terms of AA for daylight hours. But again, if you're doing night strikes, Swordfish will do fine. It's okay until about 1943, 44. And then, frankly, once they have sufficient radar and sufficiently deployed radar, and actually check for targets which are flying that slowly, then they'd have had problems. I'm sorry, if Britain went through with the 18-inch gun, could the next step potentially be 24-inch instead to make it a nice round number for development of gun caliber and size? It depends what everyone's reaction is. If everyone else starts building 20-inch guns, then probably the Royal Navy does go for a bigger gun. But honestly, pragmatically going for a gun that big, it's going to be massive and heavy, and designing a ship big enough to wield that gun and the metallurgy required, 18 inches probably the practical limit. 20 inches getting very, very complicated. Anything beyond 20 inches, yeah, not good. Alexander Stone, reading Castle Steel currently. The publishers have no idea how to space text. It's like reading solid walls of words. Yeah, but it's still a good book. Vintage car history. Getting in out of PSR Model 66 circa 1914 is the opposite problem. This car was so huge that even basketball players would need booster seats, and a parachute would be needed to exit. Sounds fun. Richard, assembling the extra torpedo from spare parts. That is actually something I have thought about, but then I'm not sure how quickly they could get it done in order to launch it. They'd have had to be assembling it. It would have to be in fairly significant components. And it's not, again, normal to carry spare parts. And again, torpedoes aren't really designed in components you can divide up easily, and not. But they usually come as as a solid thing, broadly speaking. So I'm not sure where it comes from. Because the issue with any of the previous members is that caliber would be very wonky and not good for development, and caliber calibrations for the best caliber for ballistics. It's always fun. Extra torpedoes on top of the destroyers. I have visions of the torpedoes being slung in hammocks and added to the ship's roster books as AB Torpedo 1, AB 2. There is possibly some interesting theory about that one. Torpedoes probably taken on the full reload set when only some expended or needing to be sent back to the depot for maintenance. Potentially. Just Askins, I watched the video recently referred to the US Marines as being a cult. I feel like the RMA may also fit this description. Do you agree? To an extent, I think all armed forces are, to an extent. Especially the ones which have a lot of tradition. They're not so much a cult as they are, and they are a philosophy, a way of living as well as a way of being. B19 orders. It all defines the word cult. I think it's more a matter of tradition, esprit de corps. Yeah, it's traditions and esprit de corps, but it does. How do I put it? It creates a philosophy of worldview, which I suppose is similar to sort of the construct of a cult, but it's for a different reason. In that it tends to be whereas a cult tends to be very inward looking on its philosophy of worldview. It's the RN and armed forces traditions and culture tends to be more about how they present themselves to the world and how they perceive themselves. So it's more outward looking. Sean Queenie, Danbury must have made for interesting conversations, engineers. I say, these extra torpedoes are a bit dangerous, they are. Torpedo officer. Not as dangerous as not having enough. I'm fairly sure if any the engineers would have been in on it. So they'd have been. It's always fun. B19 number. Is there a place where one can access documents from the investigations? Yes, National Archives has all of them. That's not likely at all to happen. Even if China lost the war, I don't think the UK would regain control of Hong Kong unless there was something really weird happen in the war. And I mean, if China descended into civil war and Hong Kong declared itself separate and requested to be put back under the protection of the UK for some reason, it would have to be a really weird course of events for that to happen. How would the people react if one of the big names tried calling one of their BBs a cruiser? That would be kind of obvious cheating. And that would just lead to a general breakdown of the treaty system. MC Legend 38. If the Iron had built Lion class, how differently would Denmark Straits go if a Lion class took Hood's place, for example? Instead, it was Prince of Wales' H was Lion. Bismarck, for example, the lucky shot is not getting through on a Lion class design because that's got a completely different armor scheme, a far thicker and far more modernized one because it's a fast battleship. But also, then she's dealing with 16-inch shells and 16-inch guns, and the British 16-inch design is fairly good for the Lion. So, yeah, there's probably not. Let's put it this way: Denmark Strait probably ends with Bismarck not getting away. It's kind of like one of the videos I was thinking was talking about. It's like if Denmark Strait, if you have the multi-carrier force at Taranto, and you take out the Italian fleet far more, so they're down to the Giglio Cesare. Well, if you understand that, then you probably just need the R class in the Mediterranean if you need any battleships at all there. In which case, you probably have the Queen Elizabeth class coming back to the North to the North Sea into the home fleet to be part of the force that's dealing with responding to Bismarck, etc. In which case, you could have Prince of Wales and Hood replaced at the Battle of Denmark Straits by Warspite and Valiant. In which case, Bismarck's not getting anywhere. Okay? Yes, on paper, she can outpace Warspite and Valiant. But in reality, in the seas they'd probably be limited to roughly the same top speed. And the thing is, they'd be on an intercept course, and you've got two 15-inch modernized Queen Elizabeth class battleships, and Warspite has all her plot armor. It's just not a good time to be a Bismarck in that scenario. So there are a lot of what-ifs that cause Denmark Strait to happen, and there are a lot of what-ifs which cause World War II to take place the way it does and shape it to have them. Courageous and Glorious being sunk early in World War II is probably the biggest one because of the changes that would happen if they'd been around. You actually get multi-carrier operations. It could have also affected, it's going to sound strange, if you have Taranto and if you've also had a multi-carrier force at Mers el Kabir, then the odds of the French ships getting away like they did far less because you have more aircraft, and you can you multiply it up and it has an impact. If you don't have the French force, if you have the Italians knocked down to one battleship, then all your modern battleships are probably sitting. Modern battleships and modern battlecruisers are probably sitting in the home fleet. Probably not in Scalper Flow, but sitting around sort of up in that area. In which case, you probably have Hood has gone into refit because again, you're not under the pressure. That's one of the things. If you're not under that pressure, and it all adds up. Hood might have been sent to the Far East for a refit. That was one of the options considered. She could have been sent to India for her refit. They did consider it, and she could have gone to India, had a refit there, or she could have gone to Canada for a refit, or even America for a refit. There's options. Frank on it. Could the Bismarck have run away at Denmark Strait? It couldn't have run away. It gets away because it's dealing with Prince of Wales, which is really not up to strength. And even then, it doesn't get away. It's followed the whole way by cruisers and other ships, and it's having to engage. B-19 France. Are you surprised by the level of ASW aircraft sensors weapons development by the Japanese? No. I would have liked to see more of it and more of it employed, but they had trouble, the Japanese did with their things. Alexander Simon. In Iron Brew mixed with Buckfast, then you could probably do a 12-hour show, no problem. No idea what you would be talking about after a couple of bottles, though. To be honest, Iron Brew, I could with a couple of bottles of Iron Brew, I could keep going for 12 hours without too much problem. I'm done 4 hours off one bottle, so maybe for free. Probably need to actually go to use the facilities at some point during it, because I don't think even my bladder will take 6 liters of Iron Brew without using facilities. Scenerish, ever read U.S. Sullivan's attack on Japanese transport with torpedoes and missed? Crewmen told me they had all drunk all the alcohol as they were fired and sank. Apparently, I've caught up. I'm at 10:17 p.m. Okay. Colin Cameron, given his build history, if Brunel had been made a chief of naval construction, how much bigger would the maximum size the RN could build with the seaplanes he leaves behind? Oh, you're probably talking... Well, for starters, the aircraft carriers would not be limited to the length they've been. You probably have slipways of at least 300 meter long, if not 350, because he liked them big. Did any of the extra torps actually hit? Yes, they did. In fact, some of the... Let's put it this way. This is one of the reasons why you find out, because some of the things they are hit with the third salvo. And you go, hang on, you launched 3 in your first salvo, then you launched 2 in your second salvo, and then you've launched 3 again in your third salvo. And you hit on the third salvo. Where did those other 3 torpedoes come from? Where? B-19 numbers. Have you read Destroyers by Ian Hawkins? I think I have, yeah. That's a good one. Vintage Guy History. Okay, when I hit 1,000 subs, which will be fairly soon, I'll down an Iron Brew on screen. Hopefully I'll survive. We'll cross fingers for you. Hang on, see, doesn't Hyder have some extra room on board for those extra torpedoes? She does seem to have some space, I'm sure, which could be used for more torpedoes. MC Legend 30H, how monstrously large would a ship have to be armed with 24-inch guns? Well, if you've ever looked at the picture of Dreadnought next to an HMS Incomparable, imagine something bigger than HMS Incomparable. Let's see, the USN colors are blue and gold. What are the RNs? Blue. Nicest way, the RN's motto is if it moves, salute it. If it doesn't, paint it white. It's usually used to be the old motto, especially on buildings. And ships, of course, were interesting colors. Now ships are grey. Buildings are still painted white if they have a choice, or they're left brick, but they still paint a huge amount of buildings white. And yeah, they still wear blue. Gold for your various metal, various ranks and things. By gum, let's see you. Report as... Okay. Warspite has an angry face. Trust, it always does. It's permanently angry. That's the troll. Prince of Wales doesn't let them go. No. They do their best. Vintage Guy History. Thank you, Dr. Clarke, for your hard work. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you. Bud Guy 889. Would things change at all if King George V replaced Prince of Wales at Denmark's rate? Yeah. For starters, Bismarck would have been having 14-inch shells raining down around her. Plus, King George V is a flagship of a more senior admiral, so the odds are, if King George V is there, the odds are he's not Hood, because that's another admiral. The odds are... Could it be Renown? There are options, but it wouldn't have been Prince of Wales. I doubt it would be. It could have been Rodney, but I doubt it because she wouldn't have been able to keep up. It might have been still Prince of Wales. It might have been King George V and Prince of Wales, in which case it would have been a 14-inch shells. And King George V would definitely have been pummeling away Bismarck long enough for Prince of Wales to actually get herself working. Dr. C, when will you or Drac go to Haida? As soon as I get the money, I am going to visit Haida. I wanted to see Haida. Haida and Vampire are two ships I really, really want to see. The plan was, and this is the reason why there isn't the chapters that were going to be added into the book on the Canadian tribals and the Australian tribals and the Australian darings, because I didn't get to go see those ships. And because I didn't get to go see those ships, I didn't want to put those chapters in. So I reworked the book. But I really wanted to go see those ships. And I really want to go see those ships. And basically, my funding priorities that I've got to do are, well, pay my tax bill, which is coming up soon. Sort out the tower. So I've managed to buy new graphics cards and motherboard and all that stuff I need to build this tower working right, or buy a new tower, which I'm leaning towards buying a new tower, because honestly, the more I test my tower, the more I find. Let's put it this way: it was all wrapped up, nicely stored, but it was up in the attic because it had been put up there for safekeeping. And while it was stored in the center of the attic and was fine away from the roof edges and all those things, so it was nicely stored up there. But I think it managed to get hit while the roof was being fixed. I'm not sure which clod-hopping roofer decided to put his foot on it, but I'm fairly sure one of them did. And whilst there's no damage to the case, I think there was a shock, because I think because when I tested everything, I've now found everything. Every time I get one bit working, I find everything else is going wrong, and then it cascades on me. So that's going to be replaced. And then after that, it's save up money, because I want to do the trip to see Haida. I want to see Vampire, and I've also got one of my best friends, as you know, I've talked about. I'm man of honor for a wedding, and I'm organizing her. Well, basically me and her and five other ladies are planning. The five ladies are planning on going to, because apparently I have taken, because I don't drink, and B, I'm the man of honor. On a lovely trip to Center Parks. I think is the plan for their for her hen weekend. Wish me luck for that one. I might not survive that one. God, no, some of the ideas they're planning, I'm going to be hiding for some of that weekend, but we'll leave that to one side, especially the spa visit. Oh, good Lord, no. But no, so that's my yearly my year's ambitions, and I want to try and do that. But that means I'm going to have to work very, very hard to save up the money to go to Canada and Australia. I might not get Australia done as well this year. I might just get Canada. But I'm hoping I can get to Canada at some point, probably end of this year, if I can go. But I've got to work hard. I've got to manage to save up money. The book's got to do well. The YouTube channel's got to do well. And the universities have got to remember to pay me on time. Senator, was the naming scheme of pre-World War I light cruiser no armor, armored cruisers? Pre-World War I light cruiser, no armor, armored cruisers, some armor, battle cruisers, and battleship. To an extent. Senator Johnson, Signature Carol, I once again have the entire Iron Fleet World of Warships. You should try and truly spoil for choice now. Oh, I might do. Redope Squad, reaction torpedoes. Seaman Davies and Andrews and Lieutenant Smith get very friendly with the torpedoes. They share their bunks with knowing the RN and the destroyer and their torpedo officers and destroyers, the torpedoes, if they're stored anywhere, will be with the petty officers and the torpedo officers, to make sure no one mucks around with them. There's a war spite, and that's my secret. I'm always angry, more than likely. Knights what role would the Type 16 frigate and Type 15 frigate take if they hadn't been made from worn-out ships once the Type 12 and Type 14 frigates came in? Probably again. anti-submarine warfare escorts. That's pretty much what they're there for. Well, Cameron, Doc, when watching the film Battle Mirror Plate, there is a scene where the captain of New Zealand cruiser says he will ram the Grasby if he has a chance. How true is this? That is very true. That is actually a toned down version of what the New Zealand captain said. To be fair, all the RN battleships have an angry face. Yes. Sure, it's all Victorian repression. It's many things. But if Hood gets sent to the US for refit, is there any chance that she should get a rebuild like the US standards got? She could certainly get interesting things. Frank, your tax bill? They bill your taxes? They sort of do. The accounts have worked out, and I've got to pay it. Frank Turner, Dosey, what is the most likely price for getting over to the Haida? I have a rough estimate of based on. It's going to sound strange. The first thing that sounds excessive is I'm planning business class flights rather than economy. But there's me, there's my size, and there's trying to be in an economy state for that long. Frankly, I'm going to go business class. I'm going to try and save up and go business class again if I can book long enough in advance. And as to short, they're airing that vampire, yes, in Australia. Not that, yes, it's the tar. It's VC tar. It's a problem. But I will do it. I've got a rough estimate of the amount I need to get there, and I got a rough budget, and I've got some teaching. You'll be seeing. I'll be disappearing at points in February, etc., for going off and doing my usual work with Justin Craig, which tends to pay me quite well. Being course director and managing their centres for them. MC Legend 30H. If the Iron actually did build lines, it makes me wonder what would the successor look like. Would it be a 9 triple 18-inch guns, or 6 twin 20-inch guns, or it's 18-inch if they go up a gun, or 12 in triple 16-inch guns? It's either that one. Yeah. So Thompson, Canada, the UK, last I checked, prior to current days, was $850 to $1,200, and 2 ways with a 2-week stay. It's rough. I worked out food and everything would be the best part of £1,500. I think roughly, but there's also differences in terms of booking from the UK depending on which airline I fly with, and also what sort of hotels. Luckily, I have, thanks to working with various companies, I have quite a lot of what they're called points with the who are they? Hilton points. So I was planning. My plan was to cash those in. Also, rent a car while I'm there from Canada and do some wandering around and see some family while I'm there. And yes, hen weekend. Yes, hide on the spot, definitely. Oh. I understand. There are many things I would like to see, but the pay rise, but a pay rise might be needed first. Yeah. Anik, need to name and shame the deadbeat unions that pay you late. I would love to, but I'm not going to, because that would cause me more trouble and they might not pay me at all. Joy of being a contract lecturer. Guess what? Contract lecturers are on 0 hours contracts. They can keep you on contract, but give you 0 hours. So you have to be nice. Frank, did all HMS New Zealanders have a good luck charm? I think it was only one, and I think she did. After all, if our ancient warfighter had a personal build ram bow, how likely would it have been used? How many times did Eskimo lose her bow? I'm fairly sure Warspite would have done the same. I think you mean the torpedoes will be with the Chiefs, so to ensure nothing else is damaged while messing with them. Yeah, that would also help. I see inferring. Could the Type 62 frigates have been built without large radars? Probably, but the whole purpose was the whole design was built around the large radar idea. As for sure, will you settle into an actual permanent lecturership job at some point? I do keep applying for them. I have a great track record of coming second and getting lovely letters from departments, usually along the lines of, unfortunately, your research emphasis does not suit our current needs. And I go, but my research emphasis was made clear to you the whole way through. If that's the reason you're not partaking me, then why did you actually have me apply for have me to interview? But they're very nice people. They do it very nicely. I think the actual thing is the current rule is for a permanent post you need roughly 2 to 3, depending on how well received they are and how many people buy them. Books, 2 to 3 journal articles, and some outstanding research statement in terms of research output. And I suppose now I've got the YouTube channel as my example of that. I've got 1 book published. Hopefully it does well, so I then need a 2nd book published, which does well. And I've got 1 journal article published, and I've got about 3 more going through the process. What's strange is all 4 of those were entered in before the book, and the book's been published. And the other, the 3 journal articles, are still going through the process. It's fun. Being an academic is joyous. Frank, let's see. If the Iron had a ship's alliance or entente, what might it be? Ooh. If they had a ship called Alliance or Entente, they're probably going to be cruisers. Entente would be an E-class cruiser, built after World War One, and Alliance would have either been a destroyer or an Arethusa class cruiser. I've had reasonable luck with booking the extra legroom economy seats and then nicely asking the agents upon boarding regarding upgrading to first business class. I tend to have good experiences with that as well, but in my case, it's usually business class to first class. In my experience, they take less pity on the man, look less kindly on the bloke who books himself into economy, and they know he's going to have trouble with his legs fitting in there. Oh. MC Legend, I reckon they go up to a 9 caliber 9 triple 18-inch guns, considering how long they are and planning an 8-inch gun for. I'd reckon the Land Successor would look like that. What name would you give that class? Dreadnought class. Let's be honest, that's what they go for. It'd be Dreadnought come again. Alexander Simon, what subject would be your worst lecture if you had to do it? History of maps, or especially if I had to present it in a different language. Dev Squad, as he pointed out, naming a show university is a good way to get blacklisted by all universities. Yep. I would really like to know how many subs were killed by subs in the Cold War. Officially, none. There are rumors, but officially none. Zero-hour contracts mean they cannot give you any further work. Doesn't mean they can have you work and refuse to pay you. No, but it does mean they can quickly not give you let's put it this way, they can quickly say, oh, we don't need you for these lectures without any recourse. And they can pay you, but they can take their sweet time about doing it. And trust me, they do. Wait, people actually get back to it. Yes, I'm usually I always get them. I have never applied for a job and not had lovely letters, and especially when I've gone for interviews. I usually have lovely responses for interviews. Nice. Also, what was it you said about earlier travel? I said we're talking about the counties, and they rode very high in water before they suddenly had armor fitted, which just randomly appeared in warehouses. The British the Royal Navy just randomly had this extra armor sitting around. After all, do you guys have peer review? Yes. It takes forever. Interesting. Many academic institutions are terrible at paying on time. Hence, some suppliers insist on the credit card for payment. Sometimes, have you tried applying to the archives you frequent so often? Think of all the goodies you'd be able to full access to while working there. I do occasionally apply to archive, but archive posts are even rarer than academic posts, and they are very, very competitive. And unfortunately, I have the trouble is I'm quite well known in those archives, and they like me, but they also know how loud I am as a natural speaker, and they usually employ people who are more quietly spoken. And I can try, and I do try and make myself quiet, but they know me, and they know I'm about as quiet as I can go in normal speaking voice now, and it's not that quiet. That's right. What was a Type 18 frigate? Oh, it was an interesting design, if I remember correctly. Oh, I'm trying to remember that one. It's quite a cool design, but I can't remember. Right. Ooh. I better go because I think it's now 10:30, and I have run out of Iron Brew, and I'm going to run out of voice soon. Thanks, man. Doxy, if only 3 ships have been sunk by subs since World War II, how many subs were sunk by ships? Since World War II? It depends if you include. Well, do you include Royal Marines landed by a ship as being sunk by a ship, or do you have it sunk by land forces? No, booking the extra legroom economy seats, enough legroom, and asking for upgrade from there. So there's between business and first class. A huge difference in cost. Very cool stuff. How do you peer review for history journal papers? Currently, I'm peer reviewing a paper, and it's a very nice one. What you basically are doing is you're checking the sources used, you're looking at the content and argument. In my case, I am not going to start. This is what I have some of my reviewers. They basically start arguments saying, "We don't agree with this with your analysis, so therefore we're going to keep arguing until you either write a paper which agrees with our analysis, or we're not going to let it through." Which I don't find the process of review at all. My point of view is I don't care if I agree with your argument or not. I care about the quality of your argument, and I care about the quality of your sourcing. If I and in the nicest way, what I'll do is I'll write another paper that I'll disagree with you if I don't, if this comes out. But it can take a long, long time to get through peer review in history. A long, long time. And then there's the backlog of papers to be published. On average, even once a history paper has got through review, unless it is written by an absolutely stellar prominent name, it's put in the pile, and it works through the pile in date order, and it can be up to 2 years from your thing passing review to actually being published. MC Legend 13H. If Fisher was somehow in charge of the Royal Navy in the interwar period, what monster of fleet would he want to build this time? Oh, good lord. You know Fisher would have gone through those treaties with a fine tooth comb and would have found something he could do about it. Also, the treaty process would have been very, very more interesting, let's say. No, yes. To be offered a permanent lecture position, you must have a minimum of 2 decades prior experience in a permanent lecture position. It's interesting. Nice one. Where can I find information on Type 18 ASW frigate? Norman Freeman's destroyers and British escorts and destroyers and other escorts since 1945, since World War II, has a pretty good section in it. Right. Take care, everyone. Sean Quigley, thank you. Anuk, thank you. Stafford, Rapper Rozak, thank you very much. Stafford, okay, chat. Last questions coming from me. Thank you, Stafford. Thanks, Anuk. Good night, Dr. Z. Good night. Sean, great evening. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Thanks, 4 hours, 23 minutes. Oof. Yeah. Okay, so what's the difference between business and first in terms of what you get? In first, you get a lot of freebies. And I mean, also, it's brilliant when you're a non-alcoholic, so you don't drink alcoholic drinks, and you're in first. and they're giving everyone the alcoholic drinks, and then you go, well, sorry, I don't drink that. So they go, oh, good Lord, we're going to have to make up. And the amount of Coke and Coca-Cola and other soft drinks you get chucked to you, and the food options, you get the extra dessert, everything, because you don't have the alcohol. So they're trying to make it up for you, and you're sort of going, woohoo! It's brilliant. Oh. That's right. Holy mother God, that's fine. Yeah, that's life. Those got reships. Did you include trawlers and fishing boats getting caught as the Helen Grimsby trawlers that went missing? Well, definitely not saying on Russian ships. Well, we have to prove it. We can be fairly certain. We can be fairly sure it might have been, but we have to prove it. I don't know. What they're online now. There's no need to wait. No, they wait till the hard copy comes out. Then it gets published online at the same time the hard copy. Otherwise, people don't buy the hard copy, and they want to sell the hard copy because that's how they make money. Take care, stuff. Thank you. Thank you, DG4D. Thank you, Nautic Wolf. Thank you, Bug Guy 8829. Thank you, Alpha Row. Thank you, George Newman. Thank you, Darryl Sharadsky. Teleminister. The 2 years to publish from peer review being the shorter part when compared to the 8 to 15 years. Oh, is that right? Let's put it this way. There is one paper I've had which went and took 3.5 years to go through the review process and is still held up 2 years later. Hopefully it comes out soon. Take care, Steve Windish. Thank you, M35 Benvids. Thank you, Darius Radatsky. Thank you, George Newman. Thank you, Grace Husky. Thank you, MC Ledger 38. Thank you, Constance. Thank you, Alistair Shaw. Thank you, Jay Lingworth. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, 9621. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Sean, for doing the great admin job on the chat. Very, very fine. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely evening. I hope you enjoyed. And thank you as ever for watching. Take care. Thank you, Frank Spada. Thank you. Thank you. Buddy.